I think formally we start. Welcome everyone. I think this is an important moment for us as a board. It's fantastic to see you all here. Well done everyone. I know there have been some fairly horrendous journeys. I think Todd still holds the record in terms of, I think, 48 hours in terms of the various different flights. I think everybody's luggage just about turned up again. I know Todd's turned up, I think, on the 1st of September from the last meeting, so just about good to go again. Hopefully things are improving on that front, but no, I think it is the first time that, with the exception of Ajith, that the board has been together since December 2019. So I think, you know, this is quite an important moment. Obviously, welcome to Lisbon. This meeting was originally planned for September 2020, so it's had to be rolled over twice, as has the forum that we have next week. So it's, you know, even more anticipated than usual. We are the hosts of the Portuguese Institute, OCC, and we thank them for the original invitation and for agreeing to host both the meeting and the forum next week. And also, I think, for the excellent cooperation that their staff have provided as we've had to roll this meeting over a couple of times. At that point, I'm delighted to be able to welcome from the OCC Carlos Menezes, representing the Institute, and he's going to say a few welcoming remarks. So, Carlos, over to you.
Thank you, Jan. First of all, good morning, everyone, and I would like to present myself. I was not expecting to do this, but I thought that someone would do this. So when Jan asked me to say some words about myself, I needed to open my short CV and not take a lot of your time with this. So my name is Carlos Menezes. As I said before, I'm a lecturer of financial accounting, ethics, deontology, and accountability, and I give classes at the University of Minho here in Portugal, north of Portugal. I got a PhD in Australia in accounting, public sector accounting, and I graduate in the university, Catholic University in management here, my bachelor, and I made also a master degree in accounting and auditing. Additionally, I'm member, at the moment, I'm member of the accounting standard setter here in Portugal, sure. And I worked in the past for the Ministry of Home Affairs and Ministry of Labor. And in the last 4 years, I work as the administrator of my university that I don't recommend to anyone. To do this. Additionally, in OCC, I'm the president of accounting history, and in the last 2 years, I've been working with some colleagues, and I'm a member of the accounting, a member of the editorial council of our scientific journal that we want to bring out very soon. The words I'm going to deliver now should have been said by Miss Paula Franco, but she's not here. She couldn't attend, but very soon she will be among us. So, dear IPSASB Chair, Ian Carruthers, dear IPSASB Deputy Chair, Lindy Boudwig, dear IPSASB board members, dear observers, dear colleagues participating virtually, and to all here in person, in the beautiful city of Lisbon, my kind regards. I'm speaking today on behalf of Paulo Franco, President of OCC, the Portuguese professional accountancy organization that represents 70,000 accountants working in the private and or in the public sector. And on behalf of all Portuguese accountants, it is an honor to welcome the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. It is a great pleasure to collaborate with the IPSASB board meeting and the IPSASB forum to be held next week in Cascais under the theme, taking it to the next level. And I'm sure you all agree that it is really important to take the public sector accounting standards to the next level. Also, we must take to the next level the public sector financial and non-financial reporting through the development, awareness, adoption, and proper implementation by governments and other public sector entities around the world. With IPSASB, the professional accountancy organizations, regulators, and governments around the world must work in unison, working together to achieve the single most important objective, which is the public interest. All the stakeholders must actively collaborate to strengthen the public financial management by upholding all the standards. We must keep in mind the importance of all stakeholders promoting and collaborating, firstly, for the development of good standards, followed by the implementation and promotion of transparency, allowing scrutiny of all the entities involved. And let me address the implementation and public scrutiny issues, because there is no value in having great standards if the implementation either does not succeed or the civil society does not scrutinize the public entities and make those responsible accountable for managing the public revenue with a public interest strategy. To have the standards well implemented, it is fundamental that the global government legislation sets up a framework that embraces and builds the necessary conditions to have certified and qualified professionals upholding the standards. The professionals that work with the standards must follow a rigid and continuous professional development program under a supervisory disciplinary body and must comply with the solid ethics. These professionals must be supported and supervised regularly because they provide key information to the public manager and they are responsible for creating a high level of transparency and accountability in management of the public revenues. Finally, I would like to address the importance of the non-financial public reporting. On the sustainability reporting, IPSASB has already provided a lot with a recommended practice guideline 3, the project on reporting sustainability program information for OECDs, and the recent consultation paper on advancing public sector sustainability reporting. These include key actions to be followed by public entities globally. From reporting period starting 2024 onwards, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive will require all large companies to report on sustainability policy and performance. The disclosure and communication of environment, social, and governance goals, as well as a company's progress towards them, will be mandatory only for private companies. However, taking into consideration the dimension and the importance of so many public entities, these entities should stand as a role model, and by promoting the public interests, they should also report on sustainability as soon as practicable. I hope the upcoming discussions will be interesting and engaging, as the work you are currently undertaking is far more important than it may seem. The OCC staff will be on standby to offer help and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, for those very excellent words, I think, from Paolo, and we look forward to meeting her in person, you know, in due course. And certainly, I think you've given an excellent summary of what we're going to be talking about both this week, but particularly with those remarks on thinking forwards in terms of adoption and implementation and the challenges into what we will talk about next week at the forum. So I think, you know, again, I think it falls to me to say thank you for the generosity from OCC in terms of hosting us both for this week's meeting and for the forum next week. And perhaps we might just have a short round of applause just to show our appreciation of
Thank you. And I wish you all the best here in Lisbon and see you around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the weather seems to have decided that we're going to focus entirely on accounting at the moment. No
That's
good
good.
times this week with the thunderstorms, but it'll clear up again by the weekend, I hope so. And I think as a board, we have very happy memories of the board meeting that we had here in September 3 years ago. It was a very good meeting.
But don't worry, the storm, they were saying that a big storm was arriving, but here will arrive as a cat. No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Okay. So with that, I think we move into the business of the remainder of item 1. In terms of attendance, obviously, 17 out of the 18 board members present here in person. Ajith, welcome online. It's good to see you, if unfortunate that we can't actually welcome you here in person. In terms of then, I think, is there anything else I should say on attendance? So I think then we, in terms of formal business, move into the item 1.4, which is the minutes from the June 2022 meeting. And can I just check whether there are any additional comments on those? Okay, not seeing any flags raised, so I think we take those as approved. And then if we can pick up on the minutes from the July 2022 virtual check-in meeting, any additional comments from members on those? Good. Okay, so I think we take those as approved. And then in terms of the remaining items on the agenda, in terms of the IPSAS IFRS dashboard, there were no particular changes in the dashboard between the last meeting and this meeting. Obviously, that will be one of the inputs to next week's forum in terms of where we are at the moment and what's likely to happen in the coming years. Similarly, in terms of the IPSAS ISS alignment dashboard, no particular changes there, although that's not to belie a lot of work going on underneath the surface that João is leading on. And I think also some positive discussions there in terms of how that may move forward as we move into the editorial phase there. And certainly significant interest on what we're doing on measurements at the moment, I think. So we have a meeting with the Secretariat after this meeting. Then I think that moves us into item 1.8, reports on activities and communications. Again, thank you very much to everyone for the amount of outreach that's been going on over the last few months. In particular, obviously, we've had the roundtables associated with the consultation paper on advancing public sector sustainability reporting. Very important, those, and we reached obviously a lot of people, but I think through those, but I think, you know, a lot of activity going on at jurisdiction level as well. So we'll hear more about that later in the week. But for now, thank you very much, everyone, for all the hard work that you do. It's certainly been something where IPSASB has traditionally been extremely strong and has shown up favourably compared to the other standard setting boards. And I think that through all your hard work continues to be the case. So before we conclude on item 1, Ross, anything else that I should draw attention to? Okay, so we now move on to item 2, which is Ross's Programme and Technical Director's Report.
Thanks, Ian. So for today on the Program Technical Director's Report, just have a few remarks I'd like to make. First, just thanks. It's great to see so many members, TAs, observers here in person. I think as we're finding, it really helps progress our projects and our work when we have people here. Thanks for also making time for the 5-day meeting this week. And we fully intend to use member time fully in the plenary sessions, as well in the collaborative time that we have on the agenda, where we're looking to have a number of discussions throughout the week. So thanks for the flexibility to add the extra day and to join us here today. As the report notes, we're at a critical point in a couple of key projects, mainly revenue, transfer expenses, and measurement. The timelines are getting tight on those projects. And I think depending on progress at the meeting this week, we're probably going to have a pretty in-depth discussion on Thursday, depending on light and progress on those timelines and how achievable they are. But for today, I'm not proposing a discussion in detail on any of the timelines, because we have so many issues we need to work through this week. It kind of feels like it wouldn't be a good use of plenary time to have that discussion now. So the main thing I'm asking for agreement on from members today is that we have the detailed discussion on Thursday in light of progress at the meeting, and have a look at any timelines and on any of the critical projects that we need to revisit. Thanks, Ian.
Thanks, Ross. Any initial comments members want to make? Obviously, we will have that full discussion in the light of progress made in the meeting on Thursday, but anything anybody wants to raise at this stage on the report? Okay, good. Well, thanks very much, Ross, for the report. That now takes us on to item 3, measurements. We'll just take a moment whilst David comes to the top table, and whilst Tashreeq moves around. Welcome, Tashreeq. It's good to have you here in person. Again, a first. Number of firsts this week. Okay, just give them a minute or two to get themselves settled. So, with that, we have the measurement team in place at the table. As is conventional, I'll ask David, as the chair of the task force, just to say a few opening remarks before we move into the main session and go through the papers.
Thank you very much, Ian. I don't really need to say very much. I mean, you've all got the papers in front of you. I just really wanted to say it has been quite a tough quarter. I think Tashreeq and Dave at the other end would agree with that, as we've sort of tried to get to grips with the instructions from the board at the June meeting, looking at current operational value. And I would emphasize that that is the work that we have been doing this quarter. We haven't been looking at any of the other measurement bases or techniques, just current operational value. So I think on that note, Ian, I'd probably like to spend the rest of this, well, the whole day really, going through the papers. Thank you.
Thanks, David. And I think, one of the things in the papers that personally I found particularly helpful in reading them was the practical examples that were provided in terms of how the valuers would approach various different types of complex valuation. Now, we're not intending that we should go through those in detail, example by example, but they're very much there to support our discussions. And I think that's really helpful, having that understanding of the thinking, if you like, behind the way that another profession would approach. And I think we should thank Jonathan Fothergill in particular from RICS for the input on that. The other thing perhaps just to report, which I think came out of the very positive discussions that we had in New York, I think what became clear was that there was quite a readiness, certainly from the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, but I think more broadly, to work with us in terms of helping to operationalise the thinking that we're developing in terms of current operational value. And to that end, David and I actually had a follow-up meeting with Jonathan and also Ben Elder, who chairs the within RICS, I think he chairs the valuation board, but he's also a member of the International Valuation Standards Committee. And I think that was very positive in terms of when because I think one of the things that we looked at was this read across between what are relatively high level pieces of guidance that are there internationally from IVS and the RICS guidance, and there are other sources of guidance around the world, for example, in America and so on. And we looked at that landscape and said, clearly there are opportunities to develop guidance that would support the implementation of what we're going to be talking about. And that seemed that there was a great readiness on their part, and Ben was going to be talking to the IVSC colleagues as well about how that might go forward practically, so that, if you like, the discussion and the decisions that hopefully we arrive at this week can then work alongside that valuation guidance or the development of more detailed valuation guidance that would help that to be operationalized. And obviously there is some way to go on that, and we will need to think as well in terms of how does that work, whether it's alignment of implementation guidance in the standard staff Q&A and so on. But I think it very much demonstrated that possibility that was alluded to in the June meeting, actually there's a lot of goodwill to move forward on that basis. So that shows that the discussions we will be having here really will be important. And I think that I found that very positive. It showed there's plenty of work still to be done to make sure that what's happening in practice and the guidance we come up with are aligned and can be used in practice, but it seemed very positive. So with that, I think we move into the first item, and I think that's where I hand over and welcome Tashreeq to the physical table first time round. Welcome, Tashreeq.
Morning, everyone. It's lovely to be here. Before we get into agenda item 3.2.1, just to give you some context over our approach to these agenda items. So essentially, the approach was fourfold. So first was to provide an overview of the development of the COB basis to date. The second is to provide a complete set of principles that essentially underpins the COB basis, which is what we're seeing on screen, which I'll go through. The third is to answer the instruction from the board in June, which is to provide a comparison of the principles that underpin the COV basis relative to the fair value basis. And then the fourth is, I think this was mentioned earlier, it's to note all the concerns identified by the board during today's session, and then to come back on the final day of the meeting with recommendations for all these concerns. So if we move into agenda item 3.2.1, essentially what you're seeing on screen is a complete set of principles that we have proposed that underpins the COV basis. So just to touch on it briefly, we have the two green blocks, which is the existing asset and existing use principles. These were discussed and agreed in June. So we've largely left it at that. With the least costly manner, entity-specific perspective, current market conditions, and market inputs principles, these were largely supported by respondents to the SMCs. So we have not provided any further consideration on this in the agenda items. And that largely leaves the entry price and the existing location principles, which the respondents agreed with. But in June, the board just asked us to analyze this further in the context of how does this apply to assets held for the operational capacity. So that's what we've done in agenda item 3.2.2. Lastly, within the agenda item, we have an appendix, which is essentially a roadmap that guides staff as to how to develop the COB basis based on the decisions reached in June and the decisions to be taken in this meeting. So I'll pause there for any comments or questions from the board.
Thanks, Tashreeq. So any high-level observations board members want to make on that, if you like, roadmap for our discussion and how our previous deliberations have been fed into the development of the papers? Not seeing any flags, right? Oh, sorry, Todd.
Thanks, Ian, and thanks for the papers. I did struggle a little bit with paper 3.2.1 and the way that we'd articulated fair value versus current operational value. And I think in my mind, we weren't necessarily lining everything up consistently. So if you look at this particular one on current operational value, we talk about the existing asset. And yet when you look at fair value, you don't see existing asset, but I think that is something that's consistent between the two bases. And so there was something that was missing for me because, missing in terms of trying to just align. And if it's different, let's be clear that it's different. But if it's the same, let's be clear that it's the same. So an existing asset in the existing location is consistent between fair value and current operational value. What's different is existing use for current operational value and highest and best use for fair value. And so I suppose what I was expecting to see out of the comparison of the two was the differences were really quite stark. And I think the differences between the two bases are an entry price versus an exit price. It is around existing use versus highest and best use. And it's around the entity perspective versus the market participant perspective. I think those are the three key things that come out. If you can articulate it in a way that shows the similarities and then those differences, that's what's going to jump out for people. And the way that it was presented here didn't quite work for me. And if we're going to use something like this, with our constituents or in standards and things, I think we do want it to be set out in a way that really hits you quite clearly when you do that compare and contrast.
Thanks, Todd. I mean, I think that communication point came out extremely clearly in the responses, and we'll see that played back. What I wonder is perhaps if we hold that opening remark, Todd, because I think we will come to the paper in 2.3 where you've got that table, and I think it would be well worth, let's have the discussion on existing location and entry price, and then let's come back and work our way through that table, because I think that's exactly where, on those points, and let's make sure that we're all on the same page and that we think we've got the right clarification there. So we'll come back, and then I think we can work out whether, having gone through the table, what needs doing visually. I think staff will be clearer on that. I think this is a challenging area, though, to try and tease it apart. So thanks. Any other comments before we move into the discussion on 3.2.2? Okay. So let's move then into paper 3.2.2 and talk about these two key issues.
Thanks, Ian. So with regards to agenda item 3.2.2, in June, the board instructed staff to evaluate whether the existing location and the entry price principles essentially work in the public sector. So how does this work relative to assets which are held for the operational capacity? So the agenda item evaluates this in the context of both fair value and COV. So if we start with the existing location principle, so in a fair value measurement, the location of an asset is taken into account when valuing the asset if a market participant would take this characteristic into account. So in a similar line of thought, staff is proposing that the COV measurement be based on existing location, because this provides a relevant and useful valuation if you value the asset where it is, rather than from a different location. So notwithstanding that it may be possible to deliver the services provided by the asset from a different location, staff is proposing that it's a better reflection of a useful and relevant valuation if we value the asset based on where it is. So the recommendation is that the current value measurement basis or measurement be based on the existing location of the asset. I'll pause there for any comments or questions.
Okay. So open for comments, and I'll just take a round of comments from members before we come back from to staff. Lynn, you were very much first on the draw there, so open the discussion, please.
Thanks, Ian. So when I read the papers in their entirety on existing location, the papers are inconsistent. So this paper very clearly states you look at the current location, and I didn't agree with paragraph 9 in the paper, which makes all sorts of assumptions that you've made a coherent decision about the location, and therefore it wouldn't be in the public interest to look at a different location. I didn't agree with that, but that wasn't my main point. My main point is the papers are inconsistent. When you get to the valuation examples, the valuers say, when I look at the least costly manner for replacing an asset, if the asset doesn't have to be where it is, I assume it's going to be in the least cost place. So you've got a conflict in the papers between least costly manner and existing location. And it was very apparent from the examples that in practice, the valuers are looking at different locations if an asset doesn't have to be where it's located. So I guess there's a question for us about how prescriptive we want to be on existing location. If we want to be very prescriptive on existing location for all assets held for their service potential, then we need to make sure that that is what the valuers are doing in practice. And that may not always be a least costly manner of replacement. So I think we need to more consciously think about that interaction with least costly manner when making this decision.
Thanks, Lynn. Other opening remarks on that? Todd, you just beat Renee to it, so if you want to go first, and then Renee.
Thanks, Ian, and thanks for raising that, Lynn, because I had very similar comments to make in terms of the inconsistency when looking through all of these papers. And I think we do have a real decision that we have to make here in terms of existing location. I am very much for the existing location because I think we should be valuing what is actually there as opposed to something theoretical. So what I'd be challenging is some of the examples that we've got sitting in one of the later agenda items that are coming up with notional assets and that sort of thing. So I don't think that's what we do want, but we absolutely have to leave from this meeting clear on that, I think, because there is that inconsistency running through it. Lynn also picked up on a point that I was going to raise at some point, and that is around lowest cost. And I don't know whether lowest cost is the best way to describe what we're trying to do here. On fair value, we have the most advantageous market to get the highest price, I think. What we're talking about on the COV side of things is the most advantageous market to have the lowest cost, but you are looking at the actual asset that you're trying to replace.
Thanks, Todd. I think that does show the importance of clear communication here. And I think, you know, probably some of what's been said so far, particularly the interface between location and least cost, that's something that A, we need to be clear on, and B, I think then we need to make sure that, that, if you like, in the way in which we work with the valuation profession, that that interplay then comes through. So I'll take a few more comments from members. Renee, you were next, and then Scott, you were next. And then perhaps after Scott's intervention, I'll go back to maybe David first as task force and then staff. So Renee, to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to reinforce Lynn's comment. I was also tripped by paragraph 9 in the issue paper. I also questioned the conflict between some of the content in those two papers. I think we have to think about how strict we want to be and how we define existing location. And I don't think it's black and white and very simple in how you implement that concept by the time you sit down with an evaluator. I referred to the modern equivalent asset as an example. Lynn referred to the least cost matter. So these are examples of areas where in practice, we may be doing something to achieve the principle, but we have to make sure that the principle is written in a way that allows us to apply this, practically speaking, with the evaluators. And the existing, my last comment is that the existing location concept is a concept that already exists in fair value. So evaluators have been experienced in coming up with valuations that meet the fair value principle. Here, we want to make sure that they can do the same with our principle. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. So to Scott, and then I'll go back to staff before I then go back to Adrian at that point. Scott.
Okay, thank you, Ian. I want to speak in response to Todd, support Todd on this point. I liked where it came out on the existing location. I think it's a very pragmatic answer to where we are. And if you think about public sector, things are where they are for historical values, not necessary for the best delivery of service. We deliver them where they exist. And so I thought that was a practical answer to that issue.
Okay, so yeah, if I can go to staff and then before going out to Adrian. So David, maybe anything you want to say before going to Dave?
Okay, thanks, Ian. I mean, personally, I don't see that there is a conflict. I think we need to be aware of the relationships that we need to build between the client and the valuer. And I say client rather than accountant, because the accountant is only part of the team that will be instructing the valuer. The way that we worked on this one was that, I mean, totally agree with Todd. I mean, what we want to do is value the asset that we are using in its existing location for the purposes that we have determined it should be used for. that instruction would need to be given to the valuer, because the valuer, as one or two members have picked up, will actually look to see if there is a better way or a better place of delivering it. That could be that they're thinking about the least costly way of doing it. In the public sector, we may well need to instruct differently. And that's what needs to come across in the IG. And that is what hasn't been worked on for this meeting, as has been noted in some of the papers. So I don't necessarily disagree with some of the comments being made. I think perhaps members have read into it something that we didn't intend to be read into the comments. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Dave, I mean, I think, you know, what's coming out, and I thought your point was right there. If you like, the principle that members seem to be supporting is, you know, existing location, and that for us is a hierarchy, if you like, before the points about then, okay, if it's in the current location, what does that mean in terms of how you actually proceed with the valuation? So therefore, that's the principle that we as a board need to land on. If we think that's really at the core of current operational value, how do we communicate that both to our constituents as part of the client community, and then how does that fit with the valuation profession? Dave, sorry, I leapt in.
No, I don't think I have much to add. I think David did a good job summarizing. One point I wanted to make on the examples. We didn't mean for there to be any inconsistencies, but we did provide them to the board based on what one of our evaluators has told us they do in practice. But that being said, we didn't necessarily write the principles based on what the examples told us. We went back to old board decisions and made sure we were consistent with what respondents told us to the ED. So if you saw inconsistencies, it's because we went back to old board decisions and responses to the ED, not specifically what evaluators what our evaluator told us. We wanted to show you that there may be differences in practice. And to David's point, we have to be clear on what the board wants as a principle. The only other point I'll make on the actual recommendation, Todd, I don't really remember this, but 2 years ago, you and I had a discussion on this, and I was kind of on the other side of the fence, kind of focusing on the asset could be valued in a different location. And the reason I thought that was I was really going down the path of trying to value the service that the asset was providing. But based on the June decision from the board decided we're going to measure the item itself. And we really moved away from the outcome or output. I can't remember the terms. But when the board made that decision to measure the item or the asset, that really turned me to the point that if you're going to measure the asset, you have to, my view is you have to measure the asset in its location. If you measure in a different location, you're not presenting the value of that specific item.
Thanks, Dave. So over Adrian, you've waited. Your turn to come in.
Thank you, Chair. It's very sensitive. I concur with most of the comments that have been made, and namely on paragraph 9 and the part of the first sentence being public interest, which I don't think it would be, or in every situation. The point I have is that I understand existing assets as the asset as it is, and as it is operationally operated. So it includes the location, of course. It is built into the substance of the asset. So making it an additional principle could be misleading to and the users of the standard, probably not the values. The values need to have a specific and understandable directives, but I think it's not an additional principle. So if we say current operational values the asset in its current location, I would say values the asset as it is, including its current location. And then so we could have discussions about this paragraph 9, of course. Probably the second sentence is right. The question is good, but the first sentence is probably wrong.
Thanks, very Adrian. I mean, I think one of the things actually perhaps we just want to pause on as a board is what's the thought process that we are actually trying to apply here, because there's actually, you raised very rightly 2 points, which is location and land value will be an important, very significant element of asset valuation. The second question, or maybe it's the first question, as you said, is it the existing asset in that location, or is it a modern equivalent? And I think there's 2 questions there that we have to actually address. It certainly seems, perhaps before we move on and talk about that sort of perhaps the modern equivalent point, if you like, there does seem to be support from around the board that actually in current operational value, we are looking at current location, albeit that there are some valuation questions around how you achieve that current location value, but that's the principle, that is one of the core principles. Then we need to move on to this issue about, is it that exact asset in that location, or is it, how do we feel about this modern equivalent point? But maybe if I can just check in terms of the location point, regardless of Adrienne's point about hierarchy at the moment, are members content that we are talking about current location? Does anybody have a problem with that current location as the basis for current operational value? Patricia.
Yes, it depends if modern equivalent assets will be a principle or not. I think it's. I felt that the modern equivalent assets are. It's presented in some examples, but it's not present here as a principle. And then I think it's necessary to define if we will consider the modern equivalent assets as a principle or not.
Okay, you sort of moved on to the next point that I wanted to debate, but I think I mean it's important. So can I just check, that we are in agreement? Then it's existing location, and then we will move directly on to that modern equivalent. Lynn, are you on that existing location?
Yeah, so I think I do agree with that principle. We've mentioned paragraph 9 in the paper a couple of times, but I guess one of the reasons why I support that principle is the fact of where your asset is currently located is a factor that should, in my opinion, drive the cost of service you recognise. And I think that's the important point to my view, because if you locate it somewhere else that's cheaper and you could do that, that isn't the reality. And to my view, the cost of service should reflect the reality of the decision you have already taken as to locating the asset where it is. And so I think that's the important point to my view to bring out in our basis for conclusions on it.
Thanks, Lynn. I mean, I saw Todd nodding to that, and I think that to Dave's point then is actually entirely consistent with the discussion that the board had in June. So I think on that, what we should do is actually instruct staff and the task force to make sure that that is actually clearly articulated in the basis for conclusions, that is why we've come to that view. Lindy, are you on that one?
Yeah, I fully support. It's just really a minor, and it's probably in the drafting that we must just be careful around physical location, because then we might be looking like we're only talking about immovable assets, but it's a location where the services are actually rendered. So, the car could be parked somewhere else, but that's where the services get delivered. So just making sure that when we talk about location, it's the location that the assets is delivering the services.
Okay, thanks for that, Lindy. So then perhaps I'd just like to have a bit of a discussion about this issue about modern equivalent value, which was the point that Patricia was picking up, because I think, you know, this is actually, I mean, I think this is helpful because it's starting to tease apart the various different elements of the discussion, because there is this point about actually, you know, is it a Victorian hospital, you know, an old hospital building, or is it, you know, a new, newly configured asset, you know, of an equivalent age and so on, and that's part of the valuation process. So I think we need to actually, and it then probably goes back to this point about services and the cost of providing the services. David, I don't know whether you want to make an observation about that before I open it up further in terms of the board discussion.
Okay, thank you. The concept of a modern equivalent asset is something that the valuers will use only when they are providing a valuation using depreciated replacement cost. Depreciated replacement cost is a valuation technique they use as a last resort. They will always look for market evidence before they go to a depreciated replacement cost. Depreciated replacement cost is normally used only for what are termed specialized buildings, where there is very limited or no market evidence. So depending on the jurisdiction in which you are operating, and I'll have to use the UK as an example, obviously, you are thinking about hospitals, because we live in a welfare state, and healthcare is generally provided by the state at no cost to the participants. Schooling, where there's no market. So the idea of a modern equivalent asset is to actually look at what the new asset would be, again, in discussion with the client, which I will emphasize again is not just the accountant. It will be the policy managers, it will be the property managers, etc. What is the asset that I need to deliver my service today? And that's what the modern equivalent asset will be based on. So the new, latest technology, etc. I am not a valuer, so I do not know what exactly they will then do to arrive at the depreciated replacement costs. Some of the examples that Jonathan provided for us should help you understand it. But what they do is they will say in broad terms, here is the cost of a new asset to deliver the services from the location that you require those services to be delivered from. Okay, but you haven't got that particular asset because you've got this old building which is inefficiently designed for modern delivery methods. So we knock something off. They call it depreciation. We probably wouldn't. But they knock something off for the various factors to arrive at a value which they will argue is equivalent to a market value for that asset. And that's the only time they use modern equivalent asset. And as I say, the value of that modern equivalent asset is adjusted for the various obsolescence factors, as they call them, to arrive at a balance sheet valuation.
So I think this is sort of a nexus of what do we as a board in principle, what do we think we're looking at in terms of the philosophy that we're applying. There is then the detail of how that is operationalized if we ask the valuers to actually value on that basis. And so what we've got to do, I think, is actually be clear on what we want as the principle in our guidance. And then there's a subsequent piece of work, which is actually, is that in accordance with, and therefore should be specified, if you like, or is there additional, something additional that's required in their guidance just to kind of crisp up on implementing, if you like, the principle that we've articulated. But I think the important thing here then is that, okay, if we're in the existing location, is it, as David has described, that modern equivalent asset adjusted for obsolescence factors, or is it the actual 100-year-old building with everything that brings? And I think that's really the kind of question that we just as a board need to focus on. So perhaps with that, Lindy, maybe I'll ask you, you know, to come in, and I can see flags going up from Todd and Lucy, just to get some reflections from board members on that.
Thank you very much. I guess if we're talking about existing asset, we're also valuing the existing condition as well. And so I think you do have to take that into account. So you would have to, I think what we would want is the modern equivalent with newest technologies, etc. But you would have to index it based on the condition of the asset.
David, I think that's actually done in the obsolescence.
Yeah, I mean, that's effectively what they do. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So Todd, then Lucy, then Adrian.
Thanks, Ian. I think in my mind, when it comes to thinking about modern equivalent asset, and I think I read in the papers land and the modern equivalent asset, and I think it talked about a 5 hectares that you'd only value at 3, and I just can't get my head around that. I think land is land. If you've got 5 hectares, you need to value 5 hectares as opposed to something less. But from a modern equivalent asset, I think we need to think about what you would replace. So if you've got a 100-year-old building, you would not be able to replace that today in New Zealand because it wouldn't meet building codes and all sorts of things. So you have to actually, when you're thinking modern equivalent, what could you legally build? What materials? You know, if there's asbestos in the current one, you're not going to be allowed to build with that in the new one. So you need to actually think in terms of modern equivalent, what could you actually put back on that site? And there may need to be a little bit of work done in terms of what we as a board mean by modern equivalent versus what a valuer might think, because valuers might go further with modern equivalent than we are comfortable doing. And perhaps if I can explain that by way of example, if you've currently got broadly a 2-story hospital over that 5-hectare site, I don't think you are, from a modern equivalent, imagining a 20-story hospital over a quarter of that site or something. I think you are trying to essentially replace the thing that's there. But this is something that I think we need to be clear on as a board, because how far are we prepared to go? Because a 20-storied hospital over quite a small part of that site is something quite different to what's there right now. Does it make sense to actually do that if you could put the 2-story thing back with those modern equivalents? Is that a better reflection of the existing use, existing location type principles? So I'm not necessarily landing exactly somewhere here, but there are some real decisions I think that we need to make and be clear about as a board when it comes to modern equivalent and what we're wanting out of valuers.
Thanks, Todd. I mean, I think that some of what you've articulated there again goes back to how much do we put into our guidance in terms of principles and then leave it to other professionals, because I think, you know, some of what you were articulating there in terms of there's questions around, is it more efficient to build a 20-story block rather than have a 2-story horizontal building? And there are service configuration issues that come into that. So therefore you get into the kind of whole design process, and then the sort of, you know, then if you say, right, okay, well, because of design features, then, you know, that's the configuration. Therefore, what does that look like in valuation terms? So I think, you know, there's a whole heap of, it shows how complex this actually is. And therefore, the question for us probably is actually, in principle, is this what we're looking for? And then, you know, really, I think from an accounting perspective, we'd have to have assurance that then those factors would be taken into account in the way in which the valuers were going to proceed, so that, you know, they produced something which was broadly what we were looking for. So I think that's the kind of tension that we're facing here. But I'll carry on round then and get reactions from members in terms of this. So I had Lucy next, then the Adrienne, then back to Lynn.
Thank you very much, Chair. Actually, the existing location principle is already supported with the existing examples. For instance, in paragraph 71 of IPSASB 17, where we consider depreciation, we start the depreciation when the property is in the location and the condition necessary for it to be capable to be operating in the manner that is intended by management. In June, my concern actually is on the movable property, because the example in paragraph 6 speaks of a building where naturally it will be in the existing location. But when, for instance, an asset is loaned by a central office to a regional office, say for 2 years. So we said that at the end of the reporting period, we have to value the property where it is. So maybe in the maybe we can add an example for for movable property. How can this be measured when they are, for instance, transferred from one location of an entity to another location? So that we can then and perhaps even the depreciation will be affected by the the valuation of the property where it is moved from one location to another. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. I think probably there's an instruction there just to ask that question of because Jonathan will be joining the task force discussion, so perhaps we can get a professional view on that and then decide the way forward. So if we can take that away as an instruction. Over Adrienne and then Lynn.
Thank you. No additional comment from my side on the principles and the philosophy of the item. But I was just thinking of an example, listening to what you were saying about discussing about the old Victorian hospital, looking back to the past, and I was looking to the future, and was considering what we are into, that is sustainability reporting. I was thinking an example. Imagine you operate an asset, an equipment, a plant in a natural site that is listed as a World Heritage Site. And probably in the future, there would be more legislative or whatever conventional constraints on the use of the equipment in this natural site. So you might not be able to operate and deliver the service in the same way in the future. And at the minimum, there will be consequences in the sustainability reporting. So I was thinking of the link to sustainability reporting with the location. You can't operate anywhere the same way. In the future, you might have to report or provide some assurances on the way you deliver your service in certain locations as opposed to other locations.
Thanks, Adrienne. I mean, I think that's one of the challenges we do have, that, for example, if you look at RPG1, it's under existing policies rather than so. I think that's something that perhaps we just need to reflect on in terms of how we capture that thought that it's the existing guidance, it's the existing regulation, which I think goes back to Todd's point about asbestos and so on. And what we can't factor in until it becomes clearer is if you're going to have to move that plant or whatever out of that location, then there is an issue. But if it's something uncertain, then in financial reporting terms, that's probably not a factor we can reflect on, but it nevertheless may be important in terms of some of the sustainability reporting. So I think we need to get that balance right to reflect that. Lynn and then Scott.
Thanks, Ian. I'm comfortable with modern equivalent asset by and large. I'm comfortable with it. I think the caveats that I would want to put on it to the valuers, though, is the stuff we've already talked about. It needs to be a modern equivalent asset at the current location on the current site I own. I, like Todd, have nervousness when we suddenly are valuing a smaller parcel of land than I own, and I have seen it in practice. That is what they do. So I do think my caveat on modern equivalent asset, it has to be on the site I own with no compromises around that.
Can we come back to the surplus point, because we've obviously got a specific discussion to have on that. So I think we note your caveat on that, Lynn, if that's okay, and we'll come back on that one. And that was obviously what you were going to bring in, Scott.
Maybe. I just want to remind us of a practical application here. What I'd hate to see us do is get a principle where we take a prepare all the way back to the circle, which we'd end up where they started, which is evaluating historical asset. So all the nuances here can take us down ways that drive our preparers in a way that require a lot of effort, but at the end of the day, end up in the same place. So as we create the principle, let's just be aware where we're ending up and then make sure we don't end up in the same place. I don't know if you have a view about that, David. And then.
Well, I think, Scott, I'd actually quote you that I often remind Ian that you said, I think probably a meeting 2 years ago, was it? Let the professionals do their job. And I think as long as we as accountants, and certainly when we started this project back in 2015, 2016, one of the key points that I certainly was discussing with the then RICS member on the task force, that both the accountancy profession and the valuation profession have been very bad at talking to each other. And one of the key things that we wanted to get out of this project in particular, and I think the comments that Ian made about our meeting the other week with RICS and IPSASB, was that now both sides are very keen to make sure that we talk to each other, that both sides understand what each other is about. And I think your point that you've just made is picks up on that quite nicely. We want to make sure that what we've got in the new IPSAS on measurement, particularly in the IG, is something that both the valuers and us as the accountants, working, as I say, with other elements within the entity that is engaging the valuer, that we all know exactly what it is that we want from each other. So yeah, it's key. We don't want everybody to go round in a circle. We want them to know exactly where they are right at the start.
Thanks, David. Renee, to you.
Thank you, Chair. So I raised my flag at the end because I wanted to have everyone's perspective, and going back to where you started, David, when you explain how they're applying the modern day equivalent in the case of an asset, a specialized asset or a heritage asset, like a school, like an hospital. you articulated it very nicely for me, and that about the adjustment, right? The adjustment for the ineffectiveness, or the adjustment for the nature and the location of the asset. And I think that's what needs to come out. You've reconciled in my mind the principle that we're trying to depict here and how evaluators would apply it in practice. So I very much appreciate that. And I don't think I've heard anything so far around the board table that would challenge what you just said. So I think that clarification, if we are bringing that into implementation guidance or somewhere in the standard, it would be nice to articulate it the way you did in your first intervention. Because when I read the paper, this is where my mind was going, but the paper wasn't taking me there. And I think you've done it today. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. Patricia.
Yes, thank you. The survey is expected to be applied for non-specialized and specialized assets. There are principles, and these principles existing asset, existing use, and existing location. And in my view, these principles limit the application of the modern equivalent assets. In some aspects, I think the main decision here is if I consider these three principles, what are the consequences in the application of modern equivalent assets? Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I mean, I think, kind of if I take what you've just said together with what Renee was saying, it seems to me that where we've got to in our discussion is at a high level, we're looking at existing location and modern equivalent assets, what the board is looking for. And I think this is the further work that we should ask the task force to do, is actually to what extent do we get into the, if you like, what happens in that modern equivalent asset process in our guidance, or to what extent is that then actually essentially what we're doing is then setting out a high level principle, maybe with one or two of those criteria that Renee articulated then, and leaving it to the valuation, to valuers working with, some of the other operational people that you'd involve, the estates management people and so on, in terms of what the assumptions actually are. And I think what we're seeking then is advice as a board on the extent to which we need to specify in our guidance, and it's, where it is that we're then relying on the guidance from the valuation profession, in terms of that's how they would then carry on and produce that valuation. So it's where that divide comes, if you like, and how we would specify that perhaps in IGs, maybe. So I think that's the further piece of work that we're looking for, I think, to help us just balance this. Todd.
Yeah, if I can just come back in, because, I liked what David was saying earlier about everyone needs to be on the same page here. I don't think that we just want to default to what valuers do. And we've already talked about how the examples don't quite resonate for us. We're coming up with a new measurement base here. So whatever the valuers have done in the past, I don't know what measurement base has really gone on in their minds with what they've been doing. Maybe it's a hybrid of fair value or something, but we're coming up with something. We want this to work. And I'd go back to a point that Lynn made earlier. It's because we want to get the right costs reflected here as a result of doing these valuations. And so I think in terms of instructing the task force, it isn't about what we want, what valuers do right now. We need to be very clear about what it is we're asking valuers to come up with in terms of a number, so we do achieve the right costs coming through in a set of financial statements. And I think that is going to challenge some of the things that valuers are doing right now. But we are going to have to be clear within our standard that this is what we're trying to achieve, so that there is no ambiguity between the entity trying to come up with a value and instructing a valuer, the auditors being comfortable, etc., etc. Everyone needs to be on the same page, but we need to be clear about what it is we are wanting the valuer to do under this new measurement basis.
Thanks, Todd. I mean, I think, again, it comes back to balance, doesn't it? Because I think you're right that there have been some grey areas hitherto, and I think Lynn picked this up in her intervention, that because you've got latitude within the existing guidance, that could allow you to end up not in the place that we're intending. And I think that's where we need to get the balance right, in terms of we would need to be more specific where there are some optionalities and so on, to ensure that we get the correct perspective. And I think it's that balance between what goes in our guidance and what goes in their guidance to ensure that we, we're sufficiently directional, but we're not stepping on their toes, back to the original point, that we allow the valuers to do their job, but that they've given the appropriate direction. So it's where that balance actually sits, I think. And that's really, I think, what we need. But it's useful that you clarified that it's not what's in the existing guidance, it's how does that need to be, amended, tightened, whatever, in terms of the instructions, to get that perspective. Lindy, final intervention. I think we've had a useful discussion on this, and it's moved it forward.
Yeah, I think so. I think it has been very useful. Just in terms of the kind of like the boundary, I mean, we're not trying to recreate historical costs. We are looking for a current value at the measurement date, which could be on initial recognition in some instances, but it is a subsequent measurement model. I think also possibly the fact that we've said it's entry price already creates that boundary. So it's not necessarily other opportunities available to the entity. It's actually the decisions are made at the reporting date that we are now trying to reflect. So I wonder if, this existing location, all of that actually comes up because of the entry price concept that we are now firmly agreeing on.
I think you've just teed up the next discussion that we need to move into. So let's move on then to that entry price discussion, because that's the second question in the paper. And I don't know whether staff want to say anything more before we move into that entry price discussion. Okay, so that's, if you like, the second point is that entry price point, and I'm just looking for views and comments from members on entry price as a principle. I think Todd very clearly articulated where he was on this to begin with, but I'm just interested in other comments that members want to make, and then I'll perhaps go back to staff for any observations on the point that Lindy just made. Yep, Lynn.
So I wasn't quite sure where to raise this point today, but I think it now is as good as any. And it's, to my mind, just to make sure we are all on the same page. And I think we need to be clearer in how we articulate operating capacity and current operational value, because I think I've got no problem in an entry price being used for assets that are held purely for their service potential. My observation is in normal English language, operating capacity could lead somebody to think, as soon as I use an asset for any operations that I do, I've got to use current operational value. However, I might have operational assets that I'm actually I'm not holding purely for service potential, or I might be holding for service potential that is for financial capacity. And I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page, that within my property, plant and equipment categorization, I can have assets held for financial capacity as well as operating capacity. And therefore, in my PPE balance, I might have a mix of valuation bases. You might be in different classes within that. And I sometimes think when we have these discussions, I think that some of us are thinking, yeah, okay, that means that I've got a mix of fair value and current operational value as valuation bases for my property, plant and equipment, because I might have some property, plant and equipment. I might, for example, own an airline company that holds assets for revenue purposes. That's part of my property, plant and equipment. I might hold some of that property, plant and equipment for financial capacity. And so that would be within my PPE. That's how I think it should work. I'm not sure if I'm alone in that though, because when I read the papers, I think there's sometimes an assumption that all the assets I hold for operational purposes will all be valued at COV. I don't think that is what we're saying, but I think we ought to tease that out and clarify that.
So I just wonder whether staff will.
I mean, I think I'll just make 2 points, whether this helps or not, I don't know. But first of all, remember who we're writing standards for. We're not writing standards for GBEs. So your example, I would have assumed, was a GBE. We're writing standards for the others. And the other thing is that I think in ED 78, we have allowed PP&E to be valued as appropriate at either fair value or current operational value. So we're not scoping anything out. That's just off the top of my head.
I mean, I think you're right about the reference into ED 78, actually, and that we did actually have that discussion in the development of ED 78. And I think so we had that just because it's in PP&E doesn't mean it has to be at current operational value. There can be property, plant and equipment valued at fair value. But I think your point, Lynn, then is actually, are we being sufficiently explicit that that is a possibility? And just checking our understanding as a board before we communicate that to our constituents, that there isn't a 1-for-1. It's actually that you know, the situation as you described it can pertain. And I think, actually, as you say, Lynn, it's articulated in ED 78, and we need to make sure that we've got consistent communication around that, both in terms of how we describe it in the authoritative material, and also that that is actually articulated in the basis for conclusions. So I think that's actually an instruction to bring that, make sure we've got that clarity and that consistency, if that makes sense. So can I just go back then to the entry price and just check whether there are any other comments on that, or whether we're content with the recommendation from staff and the task force? Renee.
Thank you, Chair. I totally am comfortable in response to your question. I just want to put a placeholder. It comes up in 3.2.6 as well. Are we clear that while we're defining entry price or entry value separate from exit value, that in practice there may be circumstances where the two would equal? And I think that's useful acknowledgement in particular circumstances, and I think it's useful for preparers to understand that. I saw comments coming through in the feedback we got. Some people were trying to explore that in their mind, and I just want to make sure that while there are two different concepts in certain circumstances, in certain market, they may actually end up being a similar amount. But I don't disagree at all with the principle. Thank you.
David, perhaps.
I mean, Renee's made a good point there, and it's something that the valuers would certainly pick up on. That one person's entry price may be another person's exit price. As long as you strip out the transaction costs surrounding either your purchase or your sale. So if you go to market, what I pay would be what Renee's selling it for, but your costs might be different to my costs associated. So yeah, I mean, it is true.
But I think the point then, Renee's point becomes, have we been sufficiently clear about that? Because I don't think, I mean, speaking personally, I think it's only recently that I've come to that realization and that clarity. So if we can take that as an instruction that we just need to make sure that that's articulated clearly, that would be very helpful. So I think it was Lindy and then Lynn.
Just to make sure I understand the question. I think we asked if we're going to come to the description of current operational value and just check on that. But I think what we're saying is that if you are clearly holding an asset for its financial capacity, you can't use COV. You have to use fair value. So then it is whatever model you use, it is around how you using the asset. You can't say, okay, well, we're using it for COV purposes, but I'm going to use fair value. That's what we need to make clear. But within your PPE, you could have different uses, which could drive the model. That is where the link is. It's not you can choose fair value for any asset. It is, and that's, we must probably then, it's already in there, I think, but that's maybe what we need to cover.
Thanks, Lydia. I think that's quite a helpful way of articulating that. Dave, was that what you were going to say? Sorry.
I was just going to say, yes, Lindy, that's coming through. And I think that comes through in Augustina's papers tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Dave. Lynn, back to you on this then.
Yeah, I agree with that point as well. I think, and we'll come on to it perhaps in maybe in surplus capacity, but I do think there is also a unit of account piece here, isn't there? Because whilst I use the airline example, the private wing of a hospital building, the private patient wing with the private patient MRI scanners that's quoted in the later papers, does that mean we have two assets and you value one at fair value and the other at COV? Is that the right answer? Or do we say because it's all part of the same building, you're at COV for everything, despite the fact you're using part of it for its financial capacity? So I think there is a unit of account piece that we will need to make sure we're clear on this as well.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's perhaps Dave to you on that.
I guess so, Lynn, I completely agree with you. I guess where I'd want to provide clarity is that we'd say the entity would have to decide what their unit of account is and what their asset is. I wouldn't want to recommend as staff that we would suggest what the unit of account is or what the assets are, but just that it's available for entities to select.
Lynn, and then I think we've made the point. I think there is an instruction to staff and the task force here just to think that through in terms of what we've already got elsewhere and how that interacts between this standard, ED 78 and so on. But Lynn.
So I do think we need to think that through because we have got paragraphs in the proposed conceptual framework, and I think it may be repeated here as well, which talks about you have to decide the primary use and value your asset on its primary use. Whereas when we get into the surplus capacity papers and we talk about valuing the private patient wing at fair value and the other parts of the hospital at COV, I think you've actually, have we got two assets in that case, or have we got a conflict with what we're saying around we've got to decide the primary purpose and value it at the primary purpose? So I do think we need to clarify this across the piece.
Ross, to you.
Maybe just repeating what's already been said, but in ED 78, there is the ability on a current value basis to use fair value or current operational value. Now we have to articulate what current operational value is, but I think the unit of account issue also becomes a materiality question. So if you give me your scenario where you've got a private wing of a hospital, if it's material, you would have to split them. You'd have to have the financial capacity in its own operating class and the other assets in their own class. I think that's what ED 78 currently says. It's the underlying thinking for current operational value that needs to be better explained and clarified.
Lynn's final comments.
I don't want to prolong it, but there are paragraphs in the conceptual framework that are driving you potentially to do something different to that. So I think it does need greater clarity.
Okay, so I think if we look at this, then we're saying, I mean, in terms of the detailed level guidance, make sure that what's in ED 78 says the right thing, because I think that's where, if you like, the rubber would hit the road, if I can say that. You know, that's where you would face these issues. Obviously, then there's the consistency point. Have we got the high level principle articulated appropriately in the conceptual framework chapter? And also, is there anything then in terms of consistency with ED 77 in terms of the principles there? And that's probably the way in which the flow should actually work, so that we make sure that we've been clear about what we mean, and that that's also consistently explained at a conceptual level. So I think if that's then an instruction that, you know, if the measurement task force can work with Agustina from the 78 perspective and John from the conceptual framework to make sure that we've got that clarity in all those various different sources. Now, I've got some, Renee, are you still, okay, so I think it's probably Evie, Adrienne, and then Todd, and then I think, oh, okay, Todd, to you. Oh, okay, sorry, misinterpreted.
A very short comment. I was just about to support Ross's answer, but also by saying that if we refine too much on the principles and the applications of principle, it will become, I mean, absolutely not understandable. So we should stick to principles such as materiality, namely materiality in the way you just respond to Lynn. Now, if there are examples in the implementation guidance that we can give, okay, fine, but probably they will be based on those high-level principles. Please, let's stick to the high-level principles. Otherwise, it will become a whole set of examples where nobody could find its way. That was my point on that.
Thank you for that exhortation, Evie, Adrienne. Normally it's me that has to say that, so thank you for that. Todd, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. In terms of the question, I'll just register that I definitely believe it should be an entry price, and that's probably no surprise to anyone that was around would have seen the alternative view that I provided in the exposure draft originally. So that's consistent for me. But just thinking about Lynn's point in terms of the splitting of the asset, it was something that in later papers in agenda item 3, I did sort of pause on, and it did concern me to start with. But I think I come back again to what Lynn said earlier about this is driving the right costs ending up in a set of financial statements. And I think if that's what you're focused on, then you do want to essentially value what's held for the operating versus what's held for the financial capacity in a different way, so that the right costs end up there. And so it is a very real issue to deal with. And if we've got an inconsistency with our conceptual framework, we either need to front foot that in our BCs, that we are departing from our conceptual framework, or we need to think about what we're doing in terms of the conceptual framework, I think. But just want to support what Lynn was saying there.
Understood. David.
Thanks, Ian. Well, unusually, I've got a question now. If you take the, I mean, and this is to help staff and task force take this one forward. So if you've got, let's use the example of the hospital, which has got a private wing or two, So you're earning income from those wings, and then in the other parts of the hospital, you're actually providing free services. You're probably using the same staff, but a lot of hospitals will do that so that the same staff will go in and work in the private wings for a bit and then go back off into the public wings. And we're interested in the cost of the service that's being provided in its totality. Does that have an impact on the unit of account and how you would think about putting value or separating the disclosures of your values on the in the notes to the accounts? Answers on a postcard, please.
Well, I think that's a task force question, isn't it? I think having raised that question at this point in time, I think that goes back to the task force to have a look at that one. So I think, yeah. Lindy, final point, and then I'm going to break us for coffee.
Don't hate me. I think we also discussed it at the previous meeting. So the conceptual framework talks about assets are a bundle of rights. So what we are doing when we are looking at this current operational value, we are looking at the rights of the asset that are used for its services for current operational value, and that's your unit of account. So naturally, I think the part that isn't used for delivering those services is not part of the valuation, and that's already excluded because you're looking at the rights that you are going to, I don't want to use the wrong words, replace for their service that's being delivered.
So I think we're now clear on the discussion and the clarity it needs to come out from the task force discussion. I think that's really been a very, very useful discussion, actually. I think we started to move these issues forward in terms of perspective in June. I think we've had a very good discussion on the issues. I think we've got some instructions there for the task force to consider and to bring back to us. But we also have articulated the clear principles that its existing location and its modern equivalent asset. So I think those are two good decisions, and I think entry price is also the other decision that we've made coming out of that session. So at that point in time, we are due to break. We will come back then into item 3.3, and I think that's where we'll go through that. We'll work our way through the table and just make sure we've got clarity on the various different parts of or areas of comparison between fair value and current operational value, a la Todd's opening intervention. So at that point in time, I think we break until 11 o'clock Lisbon time. Leah, I don't know, basically people go upstairs into the foyer area towards the back, and that's where the coffee will be. Okay, get the thumbs up from Leah. Coffee upstairs towards the back of the hotel, and see you back here at 11. Thanks very much, everyone. So we'll just wait a couple of minutes before starting again. I think this is where you realise that there's a difference between people coming back on camera on Zoom and coming back into the meeting room. Notwithstanding David's able use of the bell to summon people. Okay, I think we're certainly quorate. So we'll move on then to item 3.3. So Tashreeq, anything you'd like to say before we start to work our way through the table?
So just a few opening remarks to what this paper is all about. So essentially, it's a response to the instruction that we got from the board in June to provide a side-by-side comparison of the principles that underpin the fair value basis with that of the COV basis. And should I go through the table?
Well, I think what I'd like to do, particularly bearing in mind Todd's opening remarks, is make sure that we walk through, because I think you've tried to focus us in the table on where the differences are, but I want to make sure that we've got the similarities expressed appropriately as well, because this will be the core of the communication going forwards. And there may be some nuances then as well from the discussion that we've just had. If that's okay. Dave.
Just one point, because I'm sure it will come up. When staff was drafting these papers, both this paper and the diagram, we didn't really have much of a vision on what this meant for external communication. This really was just meant for internal purposes. If you like it, happy to take it forward, but external publication wasn't what we had in mind. It was to get through board discussions, and we'll take it forward after that.
Thanks, Dave. I think that's helpful perspective. If there's no other opening remarks, I mean, I think this is very helpful, and I think it will just help us as a board solidify where we are. What I'd like to do is literally just walk through that table box by box and make sure and just pick up any comments from members on anything that they think is there that doesn't quite work or isn't there or whatever. So literally, if we can go into the first box on asset and liability and just pick up if there are any points that board members want to raise as far as that's concerned. Yeah, so go ahead.
Thanks, Ian. So in terms of that first line of the table, it has for current operational value, existing asset and existing location. I would expect on the fair value side to see the same things, because from an asset perspective within fair value, you'd be looking at the existing asset and the existing location. So there's no difference between fair value and current operating value when it comes to the asset side on each.
Okay, thanks. That's what I think that makes sense. So we just need to make sure that the words are right, expressing that. Okay. So let's move on then to highest and best use versus existing use, which is of course picking up then on what we've been talking about. Okay, so can we then move on to principal or most advantageous? Oh, sorry, Camira, apologies.
Thanks, Chair. I have a comment in relation to existing use. I know we agreed and we discussed this in our last meeting, but I do have some concerns in relation on how, so when in the papers we are saying that we will ignore other characteristics of the assets. And I think we cannot ignore those because we need to be as objective as possible in the measurement. We should consider not only, well, the existing use, but also if the assets had some features or some characteristic that impact on that valuation, we should also consider those, not ignoring those. Also for purpose of accountability, this measurement would also help us to see if the entity is making an efficient use of the assets. If we are only focusing on the existing use, then the management has the possibility just to influence somehow the figures that are being presented in the balance sheet, and that is not appropriate. I think we need to be as transparent and as objective as possible, and not ignore the characteristics of the asset as it is. Thanks.
Thanks, Camira. Perhaps if I could just ask for advice from staff on this, because I recollect we had a similar sort of discussion. I think it might be in the context of disclosures and ED 78, possibly. I mean, it's this point, and I think, you know, it was raised earlier by Adrienne that, you know, we're actually being accountable for what is currently, not what might be in future. And I think that's expressed somewhere, but I'm not cited on that at the moment. Dave, do you want to pick that one up?
So, Camira, I think so what I took from your point is something the board discussed a few years ago, and that fair value is very relevant to show what you could receive financially from selling an asset. So you might have a school that under COV might have a value of 100 million, but under fair value has a value of 200 million. And that difference is relevant to financial statement users to show how efficiently the asset's being used. And what we talked about was it was pretty onerous for our preparers to have to do a COV valuation and then also a fair value valuation as well. And that's why we didn't go down the path of requiring one presentation or one measurement for the presentation of the financial statements and a disclosure in the financial statements. From memory, I think we talked about that a couple of years ago. We didn't take it any further, but that was kind of what came to mind when you made your comment. I understand exactly where you're coming from, but that's why we didn't take it further. It just seemed like an onerous requirement to put that on preparers.
So I think there's a point here about perhaps there's some clarification needed just on that. This is the current perspective. So if the instruction can be that we just take that away, and I think it would be useful just to feedback where we had that discussion, because and it might even been in the context of IPSAS 44 actually, because I think the point that has been made on a couple of occasions is we would then need that clarity here in terms of the perspective that we're actually applying. Certainly in IPSAS 44, we had the point that actually, in theory, you know, a site might be worth more, but actually because you can only use it for a hospital or a school because of planning and service requirements and so on, therefore you can't access it, therefore you can't be accountable for it until you've got all the permissions necessary to sell the site. So if we can clarify that in terms of that discussion, and then what we need to do here in terms of the perspective, I think it will come out as well in terms of the interrelationship with the valuation guidance, but we just need to be clear about that. Okay. So any other points then on highest and best use versus existing use? Okay, so then if we can move on to the next box on principal or most advantageous market. Any comments on that? Lindy?
I just question why it's not applicable, because wouldn't you look at the most advantageous market for the least cost, for you to get the least costly manner to acquire it?
And that was your point as well, Todd.
Yeah, when I looked at it, I thought the principal or most advantageous market for fair value is to achieve the highest price. And I would compare that with COV, which is the principal or most advantageous market to achieve the lowest cost. So we've got least cost further down. And I would actually sort of bring it up and say you're basically looking at principal or most advantageous market in both cases, but it's for different reasons. One
Yeah,
to
and it's
achieve a
different
high
perspectives. I
price.
mean, some of this is also when you talk to the valuers, they might think about, say, DRC as a market-based valuation because the inputs are actually, you know, market prices. And so we need to get the text right, I think. But the proposal is that we ask the task force to look at bringing those two together. Okay, so then let's have a look at the market participants versus entity perspective. Yes, Camira. Yes, was it Camira first or Patricia? Okay, so Camira, then Patricia.
Thanks, Chair. On the entity-specific perspective, I remember that some of the comment letters also were highlighting the issue that the entities having an entity-specific perspective affects comparability and increases complexity because each entity will have its own assumptions, and there is no, for let's say from an auditor perspective, I have several public sector entities, and each entity has its own assumptions. Then how will that information be comparable? So I was wondering whether we can have a more neutral or more focused, instead of entity specific, more objective perspective of the asset itself or the service potential the asset has, so that in order to make information a bit more comparable. Thanks.
Thanks, Camira. I'll take Patricia's comments and then go back to staff.
Thank you. I think it's okay considering the policy objectives, but I think it's entity-specific perspective is related to the market that entity can access. It's not only the objective, but the environment where the entity works and can access some suppliers. My suggestion is to complete the explanation. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So perhaps just back to staff on that. I mean, I think there clearly is there's a language issue, which I think Patricia was alluding to there, because the tension we've got here is between, if you like, the data that you would use and feed in from the market, which is not, you know, is market based. But then there's the tension that Camira was picking up, which is actually, you know, you want comparability, but on the other hand, actually, you need to focus on the perspective that we've been talking about prior to the coffee break, which is the services being provided from that location and getting the cost for them. So necessarily that is an aspect, or well, that's intrinsic to how that organization is using its assets. So it's the balance, I think, there. I don't know, staff, any sort of comments on whether there's an obvious fix on that? Is that something that we need to take offline to get that explanation right?
So Ian, agree that we need to take it offline to get the explanation right. I think one area that we need to clarify is even under the entity specific perspective, you would still use market information where you have it. So you don't get to make up your own discount rate. But if you have a hospital, for example, you might not have market information on the value in the market. You might have to use the entity's own information to help support the valuation. And that's why we focused on an entity specific perspective. You'd have to look at where there isn't market information, be more reliant on information that the entity has for, I don't know, your discounted cash flows, anyway, that kind of stuff you'd have to look at from an entity perspective.
Thanks, Dave. So, but then I think going back to Camira's point, I think we perhaps need some of the sense of the discussion that we had prior to the coffee break worked in here, which is that perspective about it's the, you know, the assets in the existing location providing services, and that's, if you like, that's what drives you in terms of. So I think we just need to reflect on, have we got the right explanation, if you like, for the rationale. So, Renee, you wanted to come in, and then Adrienne.
Yes, thank you. It may help this conversation, the points or the reflections I have. So when I was looking at that particular line in the table, I didn't feel that entity specific perspective was very useful here. I find that entity specific perspective is the result and is achieved by existing use, existing location, entry price, those other more specific principles. So when you take them together, you achieve an entity specific perspective. So the entity specific perspective input in the table, I was actually wondering if it shouldn't have come higher up as kind of an overarching principle between the two bases of value, because under fair value in the first line, we talk about the market participants perspective. So what I would replace entity specific perspective with here is more the concept of a buyer and a willing seller in an individual transaction from the entity's point of view. And we note that in the line above under non-applicable. So it's kind of like this willing buyer and willing seller concept seems to work under both the principal and most advantageous market and market participants. So finding a way to better articulate that may help.
Thanks, Renee. I mean, I thought the way in which you opened that was actually really helpful, because what we're trying to do here is focus on what are the key principles as you work your way through, and your point then that this is a consequence rather than, if you like, a driver, I think is something that we need to just think about. I think we had the discussion in the last meeting, and then in this meeting, the first part. And I think we need to make sure that this table then actually kind of follows that thinking through, so that, back to Todd's original point, we have that articulation of what is the same and what's different. And, in terms of the point about markets, is that, you're selling the whole market in an open market, or actually are you using market information to develop that and that value for that service in that location and so on. So I think that's really helpful. David.
Thanks, Ian. I mean, picking up on that point, I wonder, we've already said that principal, almost advantageous market and the orderly transaction should be merged. I wonder whether this bit is also part of the same thing, so that you actually bring those three together and articulate the differences or similarities and differences.
Okay, I think take that one away, because I think we've got much closer to what we actually want as a board, and it's actually how we articulate that as clearly as possible, firstly for ourselves and then for our constituents. Adrienne.
Thank you. I'm not going to rephrase the comments, René's comments, which I fully support. But clearly, policy objectives here means that we consider the actual use and substance of the asset, and not a fantasized use. So it's also policy objectives and management decisions. So for instance, when we go back to the example of the hospital with the private wing, could be a management decision not to use the whole of the premises for a public service delivery, but to separate a private wing. So it's only policy objective. Policy objective would be, we are a public hospital, we should deliver public health services, but we decide that we separate a wing to have more, a financial economic inflow. So it's policy objectives and management decisions. The decision you make on the use of the asset, that's it. And that should be clear in every instances.
Thanks, Adrienne. And I think that comes into the accountability perspective, doesn't it? Then, that's what you're being held accountable for. Ross.
Yeah, Ian, that was a point that I think we should make sure we emphasize when we finalize this. Lynn made it this morning. It's about the current use of the asset, so you can measure the current cost of services the asset's providing. From an accountability perspective, that's what we're trying to achieve. So let's not lose that.
Thanks. And that, of course, might also feed into decision making, which then links back into Camira's point about there might be a more optimal use. The question is whether that's financial statements, point of information, or whether that's, you know, somehow other, you know, there's some other way of using that. Okay, I suspect we're going to have some of the similar discussion when we move into orderly transaction and least costly manner, picking up on comments that we've already had. Sorry, Abdullah, I think you were in earlier on, and I noted you, and then kind of was listening to the discussion. So apologies.
No, just a quick comment on what Camila was saying, and we came across the same discussion because I mentioned this in June's meeting. We are undergoing a huge exercise. We will end up by end of 2023 valuing more than 600,000 real estate assets. We came across 300,000, and I like every bit of the discussions we have in today because everything is very much logical to what we've been going through. But back to Camara's point of view, we thought it was not a financial statement part actually, but we were discussing if we put it in the notes or disclosure to the financial statement, would that make it more confusing to the users of the financial statements, or would it add a more of transparency to? Instead, we decided not to do that, and for the time being, we are having a dashboard that is for decision-making process, and it would be for significant or for specific users and not for every user of the financial statement. So I wanted to allude to that, and probably toward the end of the discussion, I will just mention a workshop that we have with the workforce, and it was very beneficial to us. And out of the 300,000 real estate that we evaluated the assets, we brought the 10 most confusing or most challenging examples, and we laid it out on the table with David and Dave, and pretty much we came up to the same conclusion. And we had a different a different valuer, CPRE, which is an international firm that is specialized in valuation, and they came up with the same conclusion that we had. But one last comment, and I will shut up after it. The same thing that we had about bringing accounting and accountant within a valuer to the same conclusion, we ended up with developing decision trees that was developed by accountants. Then we had the valuer going through the decision trees, and worked out well for us so far. Just wanted to share that.
Thanks, Abdullah. I think that underlines that sort of thought process about what do we actually enshrine in the standards and implementation guidance, and how does that fit with the valuation guidance that we need to implement that. Okay, so just back then to orderly transaction, least costly manner. Are there any points anybody wants to add to the narrative that's there at the moment? Todd, I saw you hovering and I thought.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I don't know whether the orderly transaction lines up with least costly manner in my mind. The orderly transaction is sitting there because you've got an exchange between willing parties, I think, and you haven't got that same concept on the COV side. So I wondered whether they're not applicable that was earlier up in the table sat better next to the orderly transaction, and the least costly manner, you know, as I talked about before, was principle or most advantageous market from the different perspectives.
Thanks, Todd. I mean, some of it I think will come into the discussion we've already had about modern equivalent asset and so on. Some of it's about valuation approach. David, do you want to come in?
Well, I think, I mean, Todd's right. But I think once if we amalgamate those three, I mean, the wordings will change. So I think we'll just take on the points that have been made and make sure it's clear.
Thanks. Renee, you want to come in on this?
Yes, and I agree. Once you put them together, it's going to help. But when I was reflecting on how the two compare to each other, in a market, you wanna clarify that it's an orderly matter. From an entity-specific perspective, you have a willing buyer, willing seller. It's already orderly from that perspective. It's two willing parties entering into a transaction together. So that's why it's, you may think it's non-applicable, or you may want to put it side by side. And I think by combining it, that's what you're going to do.
Thanks, Renee. That's helpful observation. So that then brings us to exit price, entry price. And we've already asked for the clarification in terms of the difference around the costs that you would bring into that being different for acquisition versus disposal. Anything else? So then that, Linda, you on that? Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to clarify, why are we saying this with the transaction? Did you say cost or price? Sorry, transaction costs.
No, I think,
jumped the gun here.
well, sorry, to clarify what I meant is there's this point about one person's, in terms of market value, one person's, for what they would sell it is somebody else's entry. The difference being the transaction costs that you would also add to that, which would be different for when you're buying to when you're selling.
But I wondered if that's still the case now for current operational value that we're looking at, because it's a current value. So then should you have those costs included, or are we including it because it's an entity specific notion? And I was wondering if that's something we need to clarify. Because I understand why with fair value you wouldn't include it. But this is still a current value measure. This is just me thinking now, does it still hold given that the discussions we've had?
Dave.
So not to jump ahead, but because we haven't really even thought about a definition, but to some extent, what was kind of going through our heads, it was kind of the cost to replace an existing asset in its existing location and its existing, whatever the third thing was. And that kind of cost to replace, that was kind of how we got to entry price. Now, as a result, you'd include your transaction cost or your transaction costs in there as well. So I think it's still appropriate. I don't think we've moved away from that, but that was kind of where we were going, should this kind of all get accepted.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Renee, are you still in or no? Okay. So then we move on to current market conditions. Okay, and then market inputs. Yeah, Liang.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I'm quite struggle about the market inputs here because we have said the COV is the value from the perspective of the entity, not from the market participants. And we also said the principle or most advantage market is not applicable to COV. So my question is actually what kind of market inputs we should use when we determine the COV. We may need to have more detailed analysis, what type of market inputs should be incorporated and how to incorporate in the measurement. For example, the discount rate. I'm thinking whether the discount rate we used in the measurement should be a market discount rate or it should be a discount rate specific to the entity. So in my opinion, actually, because we are discussing the value specific to the entity, so my personal view is that maybe it should be a discount rate specific to the entity, not the market rate. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, Leanne. I mean, I'm wondering on the, again, whether this may be an example of when you actually go back to the high level perspective, actually, do we need this box in quite the way that it's actually articulated? Because I certainly recognize exactly the points that you're making, Liang, and I would probably come to a similar conclusion. And I'm also thinking about, well, what have we got by way of guidance coming in from IFRS 13 into the cost approach and so on. And I think we just need to actually reflect on that and the nexus between what we've already brought into the draft IPSAS and the valuation guidance. And I wonder whether this box is necessary or it's necessary in quite the configuration that it is at the moment. So I think that's actually the request to the task force, just to have a think about that. You know, if you put what we've already got, what we've already brought in from IFRS 13, what's in the valuation, how does that work with this? Okay, Irving, Adrian.
I would probably also delete those two boxes because I think it creates confusion. And when I read them together with what is said and what was just commented on, and link it to the 5C, when it says reflects the assumption of the entity rather than the assumptions of market participants, one could be confused with the fact that we have those two boxes. Even more, when reading this 5C, I was about to suggest that we be more clear by saying reflects the assumptions of the entity, possibly drawn from market observation, and rather than assumptions of market participants driven by their best interest, because it's a different view that both actors take on market. But this is not very clear, and we could make it even, I mean, better understandable.
Yeah. Thanks, Adrian. Agreed. Mike.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also would suggest to delete the box because if you compare the illustration with the box, you see that it's not sorted away that begin with the principle and then the application, and it's not so easy to sort that in the right way. So better delete that.
Okay, thanks. Okay. So I think that's clear for the task force that, you know, we need to re-express this and most likely delete this box, but move the material elsewhere. And I think, you know, we've had a lot of good input from members in terms of it's about communication, I think, and as ever, it's the classic thing that actually boiling this down, I think we've made progress in the discussions. We now need to make sure that we can communicate that and we have a shared view as a board, because then we can communicate that to users of the eventual guidance. Okay, so just then, anything else that anybody wants to say in terms of wrapping the discussion up on this paper? Yeah, Renee, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I wasn't sure where we were going with this table. Are we planning, is this just for internal discussion, or are we planning to reflect this table in somewhere in a standard? If you could clarify that for me. I think it's useful. I think there's a place for it somewhere. It wasn't clear.
Thanks, Renee. It's a good question.
So,
Dave?
yeah, so Renee right now is just meant for the purposes of the IPSASB, and depending on where we go with it, I'm happy to, sorry, if you really like it, it can be put in an at a glance or in IGs to the standard, but if it needs to be cleaned up, we'll clean it up. Right now is just for the purposes of the board, and we'll take it away after we decide what the board wants to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we as a board can clarify and that helps us and it summarizes then our thinking, then that should then form the basis for thinking about what do we need in terms of IGs, and also then in terms of what do we how do we use it. either in the standard and or in the communication that goes with this. So I think it's a very good point, actually. If we can get this right to our satisfaction, that will help us with communication. Sorry, Patricia, go ahead.
Thank you. I think it's if you we use the diagram for communication, I think it's necessary to rethink about the hierarchy, because sometimes I think for example, entity is specific. I think it's a principle, not application of the principle. Because of this, I think sometimes we'll go for one way and then I come back, because I think the principle is the entity specific. What is aligned with the conceptual framework? And then I think the suggestion from Todd is very helpful, because I think it's important to highlight the main difference between the COV and the fair value. In some, my suggestion is not bring some complexity in the communication, external communication. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. And so I think, you know, where you get to is that maybe there's some overarching features, which is that fair value and COV will both depend on the use of external, or that they will depend on the use of valuers who will require briefing on certain key points and so on. And then, as you were suggesting, and I think this probably goes with Todd's point and also what constituents were asking us for, it's the point about what are the key differences, because that's an understanding and articulating those differences is what will then allow us to be clear and our constituents to be clear about why, firstly, and then will help with the how, or the what and the how questions. So probably those overarching principles, and then what are the differences would help. Because otherwise, I think you're entirely right. You think you understood it, and then you kind of read more and think, actually, have I understood it? So, Dave, you're hovering.
I was just going to say, and I know it's been a while since the board's gone through the ED in detail, but we started doing this in the core text. We said here are the three main differences between fair value and current operational value. And what I heard today was that needs to be emphasized. So maybe we re-emphasize that up in the core text, and something like this goes down the implementation guidance, so that you're up front, you see what the differences are. But then if you want more detail, you have to go back to the implementation guidance.
I think this is a case of less is more. So there are certain common features of applying these, which is around, you're going to need valuations, it's going to draw on market data in various different ways, but then how you use those actually is different between the different two because of the perspective. And I think it's the overarching perspective that we went into in the June meeting, and then it's actually how that works out in the differences between the two bases, if that makes sense. David.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm not wedded to the idea of putting this in core text, but based on the comments that we've had and sort of summarized in a way by Patricia, I could see it perhaps being in AG. So you've got the principle in the core text, and then this sort of explanation in AG. But I think we need to sort of think about that as task force and staff, and then bring back perhaps some suggestions to the board.
I think that would be helpful, because I think the more we actually work this through, the more it actually helps us get clarity as a board. And I think, so therefore, if you can do that for the session on Thursday, recognising we may then need a further iteration, which might come back at the check-in. But I think the more we go through that, the more it will help us solidify our thinking. And I think that's where we do need the recommendations as to where does this actually sit? Is it in core text? Is it in application guidance? What goes in implementation guidance? Okay. Lynn.
Just reflecting, and maybe it's for Thursday, but currently in the work program, you've got us approving a standard in December. It would be good to understand, and perhaps it's Thursday, just what the roadmap looks like, if that is still the ambition, because this whole debate about what's in core text, what's elsewhere, it would be helpful to understand that roadmap if we are intending to look at approving a standard in December.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely what we envisaged, because we recognise we've got some quite significant debates to have, not only on this project, but also on some of the others as well. And we will need to have a look at what that path actually looks like. Indeed, we've got a staff presentation on that, for example, on revenue and transfer expenses. And then we'll need to see what is actually, in the light of where we've got to, reasonable for the December meeting and how many projects we can focus on and so on. So that's exactly what we'll need to reflect on Thursday. Okay, so with that, we move on to agenda item 3.2.4, which is on the income approach. I guess, Tashreeq, that's where we move back to you to introduce.
Thanks, Ian. So the objective of agenda item 3.2.4 was essentially to highlight the guidance that's included in ED 77 regarding the income approach. Now, ED 77 essentially proposed that the income approach be applied and defined as set out in IFRS 13. And from what we've gathered from the analysis, from the responses to the SMCs, respondents largely had a problem with the term income. So it's more the label that they had an issue with. And what we've identified in this paper is outside of the name of the technique, the guidance doesn't really speak to incomes. It speaks to cash flows, which is what we were trying to present in this paper. Yeah, so the recommendation, the question is, do we still keep the income approach guidance as we've extracted from IFRS 13 in our draft standard? I'll pause for comments.
Thanks, Tashreeq. So I think if we can split the discussion into two, because I think the key is actually, do we retain the cash flow based approach? And then let's just have a discussion about the label. So if we can keep the discussion about the label till later, I want to gauge support from members for retaining the cash flow based approach as articulated in ED 77, and open for comments. Patricia.
Thank you. My main question is, what are the cash flows that I have considered here in income approach for in the context of COV? Why my question? Because when I have analyzed the examples that income approach appears as a possibility, it's necessary to estimate the amount derives from the asset, and then inflows is part of the estimation. And in this case, I think when I consider inflows as part of the estimation, it conflicts with the entry value. My main question is, the first point is, what are considered cash flows in the assets held for operational capacity. If inflows is considering the context, if inflows is not considering what I have to consider that in this case. And if I have to consider inflows, maybe it's conflict, in my view, it's conflicts with entry value principles. Because of this, initially, in my view, I disagree with Income Approach's approach for COV. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Perhaps just go for, I think I'll just take comments from other members and then go back to staff to address the various member comments. So yeah, maybe, so what I'll do is I'll go to Claudia, then Todd, and then to Ajith. Okay, Claudia.
Thank you, Chair. I would add to the points Patricia had made. The definition is income approach is a measurement technique that converts future amounts to a single current amount. We heard from Lynn and we agreed on this sentence that we are measuring current cost of services. So I can't see what future amounts or future cash flows could help us to define the current cost of a service. Additionally, we say we want to measure the asset should be valued based on the physical item, and it's not linked to any value of the service. So I'm really struggling if the income approach is a suitable approach for current operational value.
Thanks, Claudia. So Todd, then Ajith, then Lindy.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. And I think at the June meeting, I might have said that it's really important before going into a discussion about the income approach that we have a common understanding of what the income approach is. And I think Claudia just articulated my sort of understanding as well. So it is really about the cash flows that are being derived off the asset. So it's starting to look at the future. So I agree that that's my understanding, but I don't know whether we've had a common understanding around that in terms of this table. But given the direction that we've headed in through our discussions this morning, I think we are now aligned around this idea of an entry price, which is about the cost of the asset, the current cost of the asset. And so the income approach in my mind doesn't have a place if that's what we're trying to aim for. I think the cost approach is a better way of getting to the cost of the asset.
Okay, thanks, Todd. So go to Ajith and then to Lindy. I think you're on mute, Ajith. I don't know if that's the link. We still can't hear you. No, I'm just, so I think maybe, could we just sort of exchange emails with Ajith and just see if we can get that link to work? And I'll go to Lindy in the meantime.
Thank you very much. I think the decisions that we've made before this kind of pulled us away from how this was traditionally defined and probably wouldn't work anymore. I think if we're going to have a technique that focuses on cash flows, the only way this would really work, but then it's similar to the cost, is where you have cash flows to replace the asset or the rights in the asset that would take a long period of time. And so, you know, you would then look at those long-term cash outflows and discount those back. So to me, that's the only way you would have some sort of cash flow approach. I think we've moved away from how it was traditionally defined with how we're looking at the model now. Thanks.
Thanks. Do we want to have another go and see if Ajith, we can bring you in? I'm still not hearing anything. No, I think we'll have to see if we can get communication with you. So at this point, I've got a few other comments that people that want to come in, but just perhaps Dave and David, if you just want to comment on what you've heard so far. And I think perhaps also, you know, one of the questions that's relevant, I think, is this one of these things where there's a nexus between how the valuers would approach something and the cost approach?
Thanks, Ian. If I could just intervene on sort of behalf of the valuers, if you like. The valuers do, as Claudia says, they look at future cash flows, but they use those future cash flows to come to an entry price. So what would somebody be willing to pay today to buy that asset to receive those future inflows for the sake of those future outflows? So it is an entry price in that respect. I thought I'd just like to clarify that.
Dave.
The only clarification I wanted to make is I think you're all a meeting ahead of staff right now. What we were trying to do here was, I think, Todd, take your advice and work through the COB principles in the first few papers that we went through. And then this paper was just supposed to present what income approach was as proposed in ED 77 to make sure that we had a shared understanding. And then assuming the board agreed with what income approach was, staff would bring back an analysis in October proposing whether it should be included or excluded in COB. So happy to have that conversation, but we haven't prepared a recommendation on that yet because we haven't landed COB yet. So we didn't think we could propose whether it should be a technique or not.
Okay, thanks, Dave. I mean, I think we'll just carry on round because I think we are at the heart of the matter now. So I think perhaps if I go just sort of Camira, Patricia, Lucy, and then I'll go to you, Thomas. And hopefully we might get back to Ajith on the way. So if I go to Camira first.
Thanks, Chair. I do agree with the staff recommendation to go ahead with the income approach as it is now. For the COB, if it should be included as a technique or not, I think the comment letter, some of those, they supported the inclusion of the income approach, but just trying to, in the standard, just trying to be clear on which situations it is appropriate to use income approach, because it's clearly that it's not appropriate for all kind of assets. So it could be used as a last resort or even as a complement to other measurement techniques. So thanks.
Thanks, Camira. So Patricia, then Lucy.
Thank you. I think it's necessary to specify if income approach is only in this context is only outflows, and if is, I think maybe there isn't a difference between income approach and cost approach or market approach. I think it's when I consider only outflows, I don't have different in the measure, and it's necessary two definitions, one for fair value and another one for SUV, or to restrict the income approach in the SUV only for outflows. I think it's not the best way to solve the question, because income approach was thought in the context of fair value, in the context of cash generate assets. If we try to change the conception, I think I need to explain and why I consider only outflows as an income approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So to Lucy and then to Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I actually struggle on the retention of income approach. That was in ED 77. As already posited in agenda item 3.2.2, COV is to be used in measuring assets being held for operational capacities, or as applicable to the entity in achieving the entity's objectives. And it's not really to generate future cash flow. So I think there should be some reconciliation on those statements where COV is applicable for assets held for operational capacities. Income approach is aligned to, as mentioned in the paper, it is aligned with IFRS 13, and actually in accordance with the CAG advice, we can use it consistently with the private sector. However, I find that this would really create some confusion and may be interpreted differently by the readers and stakeholders, as evidenced by the 45% of the respondents who objected to the use of income approach. So in my view, as mentioned by Todd, we had been discussing this in June meeting, where there should be a common understanding among the public sector entities on the through the use of a more suitable name or terminology, rather than the goal of harmonizing or strictly being harmonized with the terms that we use in IFRS. And besides, income is never defined in IPSASB, and we never use it. We use revenue, because income is broader than revenue, because that includes gains. So I don't know how we can now introduce the use of income approach where the term income itself is not referred to in our literature. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. So go to Thomas, and then we'll have another go back to Ajith at that stage.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Two remarks. First remark, I just want to note that the discussion the CAG had in June regarding inputs approach versus output and outcome approach is kind of somehow related to that. Just want to remind that the CAG recommended to kind of prefer the inputs approach for practicability and reliability reasons. I think that's very strongly connected to the discussion we have here. And it was kind of struggling, or the CAG was struggling with the idea that outcome outputs would be related to the public sector assets and its specificities. That's remark number one. Remark number two, just regarding Claudia's statement. I always try to understand whether something is reasonable by looking backwards from the accounting result. And as Claudia mentioned, and Lynn reminded us that ultimately we want to measure cost of services. Cost of services is derived by allocating the carrying amount of an asset to future periods by depreciation. In essence, it would mean the lower the future inflows, the lower the cost of services. That doesn't make any sense to me, to be honest, just from a practical perspective. Thanks.
Thanks, Thomas. Let's have another go at bringing Ajith in at this stage. You look like you're on mute at the moment, Ajith. Try again now. No, we're still not. Have you got the sound turned on your computer, Ajith, rather than just the microphone? Because that's one of my favorite tricks. Okay, I'll go to Lynn whilst we're waiting.
So I think we've made quite a number of decisions over the last two meetings, including this meeting, that has moved COV on from COV when we exposed it in ED 77. And I think the consequence of those decisions, to my mind, would logically, you may be surprised, support not having the income approach for COV. In making those decisions and removing the income approach, I then question, really, are we at replacement cost for COV? Is that where we've actually got to, or have we actually got to something akin to the cost approach in IFRS 13? And so I think when we get to our final position on COV, which I think we are getting closer to, I think it will be important for us to articulate why that's not replacement cost, or is it replacement cost, and why that's not the cost approach in IFRS 13. And I think we need to be clear on both of those points when we get to the end point, particularly if the end point removes the income approach.
Thanks, Lynn. Chris.
Thank you, Ian. I have actually been struggling with myself on the income approach concept that we've been discussing. I looked at the fact that the entity made a policy or a decision based on its policy to generate revenue into its operation. And that, to me, is a cash flow activity. And if you now compare that to a private entity whose objective is to make profit by deploying its asset for that purpose, would a public entity be compelled to account for such transaction the same way with the private sector? So I'm still looking at, what approach we should actually be looking at here.
Thanks, Chris. So just sort of summarizing where I think we've got to now, and I think, what I'm hearing from the majority of members is that they're not comfortable with the income approach applied to current operational value, and that probably reflects the refinements and the better understanding that we've now achieved in terms of what the principles of current operational value actually are. And I think, for example, Claudia's comments and so on around the board, I think, we, in being clearer about what we mean by current operational value and in applying what is there in the cost approach, I think where we're getting to is that, at the moment, it looks like the view of the board is no, income approach is not applicable to COV. if that is where we get to, then I think the question that Lynn has raised then comes in, because actually one of the observations I think was made in the June meeting was then we've got three broad measurement techniques, which is cost, market value, or the income approach. And actually, you know, one of the questions then I think becomes, okay, market value, is that appropriate or not against current operational value? So if you're looking at, you know, the cost of an asset for that use in that location, actually, does that have to be a DRC approach, or actually can it be something where, you know, and this might be where you have a more general asset, actually, what's the cost of that general asset in that location? And, you know, with apologies, that's where one of my own personal questions in all of this came out of being on the board of a social housing provider, where we were providing social housing in a high cost area of London. And so essentially what you had were a number of properties, you know, houses, or, you know, sometimes we built properties that were let at regulated rents. So therefore, as a social housing provider, we could not access a full market value, a fair value, but actually what you had was a stream of rentals. And certainly when banks were looking at could we borrow against those to fund future developments, acquisitions, and so on, they looked at that regulated rental stream. So there was a, you know, there was potentially a market, but it was a restricted market, because you know, the cost would be based on the future rental stream of, you know, in that use, not freely accessible. So when I look at that, and I look at the, you know, the example that we have, that says to me, well, actually, you know, there probably is some choice depending on the type of asset. I couldn't tie it to specialized, non-specialized, but it's in that kind of area. And I think, you know, perhaps that's where the answer actually lies, that we have this valuation basis, which we've articulated more clearly. And in terms of actually measuring that, maybe there are two techniques which are potentially appropriate. In this case, not the third. The income approach is not that approach, because you've basically got those two other techniques. And I wonder whether that's actually the sort of, you know, where we land as a board. And I'd just like some reactions perhaps to that sort of tentative, you know, resume there, if I can. So perhaps Lindy and Todd, if you'd like to come back on that.
Thank you very much. And I agree with you. And I think it also comes to Lynn's question earlier, was I think you can have assets that generate cash, like social housing, but it's not financial capacity. And I think that's why we thought, you know, there's some assets where it's like break even, or for a specific reason, it's the income we generate from it is below market value. But I think if we're now looking at how we're defining this model, you're only going to look at the asset and the replacing of the asset. And that's why the techniques is probably, I think there's only one, but maybe there are two. But I think it must be clear that you can have these assets. There could be revenue streams associated with it, but you don't use that as a technique when you're valuing the assets, because you're actually looking at the asset itself and how it's used and replacing that, rather than, yeah, the revenue generated and the cost of that revenue.
Thanks, Lindy. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. And I'll probably slightly disagree with Lindy on one point. And I think for me, we are now looking at this as essentially a current cost for the asset. And I think there are two techniques still that would apply. And I think market can be a relevant technique in there. And certainly when you look in the last agenda paper, which was sort of from the valuer's perspective, in a number of the cases there, I could see market rather than a cost approach being the way that you would go. So if you do have, for instance, the standard office block in the commercial district, you'd probably go and get something in the market there, so you could actually rely on a market measure rather than having to build up the cost of that yourself. So yeah, I'd be supportive of where we've landed here. It does raise in my mind whether we still keep the term current operational value, and some of the other comments that have been made. I think it might have been what Lynn was saying this morning, you know, the confusion that could come in with keeping that as the term. Maybe we can go to current cost or some other term, but I think it's two techniques rather than the three.
Thanks, Todd. I mean, I think at this stage, I would be nervous about moving to current cost because I think that is something, potentially something different. But I think perhaps if we can just take comments on that, you know, here is the basis that we're calling a COV at the moment that we have clarified, and there are potentially two techniques, cost and market value. That would be helpful just to get members' feedback on that at this stage before we take this a bit further forward. Nima.
Thank you very much, Ian. I heard what you said, but what I was thinking again was the same, that probably the cost approach, current replacement cost, depreciated will fit more, because on the market approach, which Todd was saying, I was just thinking whether we will get the market transactions for similar asset, which will help us coming up with the value. So maybe I thought the cost approach and IFRS 13 will be closer. Thank you.
Thanks, Nima. I mean, I think, again, some of this is actually about the valuers and how they would approach this. But I think we need to be very careful for the reasons that, for example, Claudia, you know, articulated. How does this fit? How does this work in terms of the various different perspectives, and what is valuation technique as opposed to what is an accounting technique as articulated in IFRS 13. So I think we need to be quite careful if we were going to move to something that would be a market value approach. Does that bring in, you know, some elements of what's in the cost approach, or is it just that, you know, so I think we need to be clearer on that if we use it. So I've got a number of flags up. I think possibly Patricia, then Lynn, and I'm not sure whether it's Camilla or Renee, so maybe I'll just go around the table. Lynn. We'll go around then. So Patricia first.
Okay, and thank you. I agree that two approach is applicable in this for CUV. Mainly because CUV is expected to be applied for specialized and non-specialized assets. In the case of the non-specialized assets, probably the approach that you be used is a market approach. Cost approach is a complex technique. It's not necessary to apply so complex technique for simple assets. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Lynn, then Camilla, then Renee.
I guess I'm slightly at danger of repeating what I said before, but I guess what comes into my mind on this is we really need to be, and I think we've done this better this morning, but haven't yet seen it articulated, is what is the purpose of COV? What is it we're trying to measure? And it says in the papers, you know, we're trying to measure the amount required to replace the operational capacity. So the amount required to replace. So that is inherently what is my cost of replacement. Now then, how I then determine my cost of replacement, there might be various techniques to do so depending on the information I have available. And I think at that next sort of level down of techniques, we're in danger then of sort of replicating the IFRS 13 techniques, market income and cost. Well, those techniques were in IFRS 13 are to support a different purpose of valuation, i.e. the fair value. And so I think we need to be careful about using similar terminology to mean something different. I can see that we might look to market transactions to help us determine what is the cost to replace, but inherently we're in a cost approach still in doing so. So I think we just need to be careful what we're saying, because we're all sort of slightly inconsistently referring to the market approach, when actually I think what we're saying is we might look to a market to help us determine what is the right replacement cost. So that comes back to what is the purpose and what do we want to describe underneath that, and are we in danger of describing too much here in different approaches and in danger of confusing our constituents by doing so. So I guess it comes back to when we get to the end purpose of COV, if that is cost to replace, are we really saying that's, and I would like to see that comparison about where we finally end up versus replacement cost versus cost approach. Are they all one and the same thing? Or if it's different, do we need to either describe it differently, name it differently? But when we get to this techniques level, I think we're really in the weeds here. And I wonder if we need to have all of these techniques described, if we're clear on the purpose.
I understand what you're trying to say, Lynn. I think we have to be really careful here that in the pursuit of clarity, we're not throwing out everything that we've actually done up until this point in time. Because I think, let's be clear about the fact that IFRS 13 included a hierarchy, and therefore the cost approach was actually brought in because you would not have market value information in all circumstances. So I agree. I think we need to be careful about the techniques side, but I think in actually being clear about the techniques, we should not throw out the clarity that we've actually achieved up until this point in time. And if you go down that route, I think where we've got to is that you could actually, and I think this is what Patricia actually said, you could acquire what essentially would be a non-specialized asset in the market, or if it's a specialized asset, you would have to construct it. So that's basically two techniques there. So if we go with clarifying on those two techniques, then I think we can bring that back up to say, is this current cost or is this something different? So I think if we can go that route rather than throwing everything up, because I don't think we're that far from the answer here. So I think in terms of the task force, I think there is an instruction which is actually, can we just make sure that what we mean by market value and what we mean by cost isn't inconsistent with what is used in IFRS 13, but let's not throw out the overall approach that at the moment we have a basis which is rooted in the existing asset, existing location, entry price, whatever we decide to call it. So let's just be clear on that, because my hunch is that gets you to a different place to current cost. And again, consistent with what we're trying to do, if we mean something different for the public sector, let's be clear that this is a public sector concept and we're defining it in that way. If we need to clarify the differences between that and current cost, as perhaps the ISB have interpreted it in their framework, that's fine, but let's not throw out everything else just in order to do that. So I think, in this, let's make sure that the usage in terms of the two techniques is consistent, and then let's go back up to what does that actually mean based on what we've already agreed this morning. Okay, so if I can go to Camira next, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to reinforce the point that it's important to maintain the income approach, especially because we receive also several examples from countries in the comment letters where they are actually applying the income approach. Examples for France, they mentioned the electromagnetic spectrum, where they are applying the income approach. Also, in Australia, they mentioned they are using it for the measurement of infrastructure assets. We already know also the experience from Italy with heritage assets. So I think, of course, we are thinking about the measurement hierarchy. We know that the cost approach or the market approach would be preferable for income approach, but we need to offer a solution for those cases in which there is no information available to apply the cost approach or the market approach. Then what kind of solution can we offer? Then the income approach appears as a last resort. We should only be clear in which situations the income approach could be applicable. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll take Renee, but I think the sense from around the board is that we are explicitly ruling out the income approach in relation to what we're currently calling current operational value. Ross, and then I'll go to Renee.
Maybe just to directly responding to you, Kamira, I think we'll still have income approach. It'll just be under fair value. And those comment letters in their consideration of the income approach, they're probably thinking about it in the fair value context rather than current operational value, because I think if clarify the principles the way we discussed today, not sure how income approach is going to fit under that model. So I think they would have to look more to the fair value model that will be available.
Renee, to you.
Yes, thank you. I debated whether to make my comment or not. I just want to be careful from evaluator's perspective, David. Are we going to lose anything if we remove the income approach when it comes down to the techniques? I'm just trying to validate that and do a back check. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. David.
Thanks, Renee. I mean, that thought had gone through my mind as well. The valuers tend to use the income approach as part of or in support of the market approach, because they'll be looking at rental markets and that sort of thing. That's where it normally comes from. So I've actually scribbled a note to myself as to when we sort of reflect on in the task force with staff on the board's discussions this morning, it might well be that we carefully craft some words under the market approach to make sure that we are not ruling out anything that the valuers might need to do. So it is going to take a bit of careful wording, but I think you're absolutely right. We cannot restrict them in that sort of way, because it could be appropriate in the way. I mean, picking up on Patricia's point, I mean, if you're looking at an ordinary or bog standard office block in a commercial district, I mean, the valuers will be looking at rentals, and that's how they value it, and we can't stop that. So thank you.
Okay, so in terms of finding the way forward on this, I think going back to the fact that we have actually clarified what the principles are for COV and the differences between COV and fair value. And I think there's further work to do on that, but I think we got good agreements on that both before and after the coffee break. What I'm hearing from members is that the way forward is that they don't support income approach being retained as the income approach for current operational value. I think there is, which sort of underlines that exchange we just had between Renee and David. I think we do need to be clear what valuers would use in looking to a market to produce a market value, and why that is not the income approach. So therefore, what the differences are. I'm hearing support at the moment for there being market and cost as the two techniques. And I think there is a piece of work then that just to make sure that we are not being inconsistent with the way that we have already brought market and cost in as techniques from IFRS 13. So I think we need, there's some work there to be done to clarify. And I think probably in terms of the way forward on that, I think, we need to leave that with the task force in terms of how much can be done between now and Thursday in terms of bringing back certainly clarity on those points, whether it's the complete drafting or not, but at least clarity, so that I think at the moment that's probably a tentative decision to be confirmed on Thursday when we've seen a bit more on how all that will actually work and hang together. And I think this is very much an area where we're challenging, if you like, what's in the existing ISB literature as much as actually what is really needed for the public sector. But I think we have clarity on that. What are we looking for the public sector in terms of current operational value? Ultimately, when we've done that piece of work, there probably is a further piece of work, which is actually, is that then different to current cost as defined by the ISB? But let's get all that work done first before we make that decision as to, is it different or is it the same? And then having been clear, I think we can land that. So that's the work that we need done. But that's, I think, where the board lands in terms of tentative decision to be confirmed on Thursday. Okay, so from one difficult issue to the next, which is surplus capacity. So perhaps, oh, hang on, sorry, I've just been reminded, I got so carried away. You're right, David, it's lunchtime, so we'll leave that one to come back when we come back at 1:30. Now, Leah, I think lunch is in roughly the same place as coffee upstairs. And there's various forms of seating and so on that should be up there. So that's immaculate timing, amazing. So if we can come back here at 1:30, that would be really helpful. Thanks very much, everyone.
No? Hi. Yes, please. Yes, please enjoy. Yeah. Hi, Ajit. It's okay. Ajit, can you unmute yourself? No, so I can't hear you. So there's a few issues that you need to look into. So and I can't see your microphone going up and down on the screen. So it means that your audio isn't connected. So where it says mute, there's a little arrow. There's a little up arrow. So you need to select the up arrow to see what audio source you've selected. So it says select microphone and select speaker. Right? So where it says, the little microphone on Zoom, there's a little up arrow where you can select your microphone. You can select different audio sources. So you need to select your USB audio because you have the headset. Do you see it? You can also, there's an option to test your speaker and microphone. It says test, and you can hit that and it'll give a little ding to see if it's coming through your headphones. I'm just working with Ajith right now. So yeah. What you can also do is unplug your headset and then plug it back into your computer to see if it'll pick up the audio. Trying to think of all the things that I don't do. Yeah, he does. Yeah. Because when you connect to Zoom, it'll say connect with your computer, and I hit yes, and it's my headset's already connected, so it automatically connects. But if your headset isn't connected first, then it'll probably sync with the internal computer microphone, and then it wouldn't pick it up. Oh, each day. Oh, yeah. So let's see if Ajith had success. You just need to.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, Ajith. Yeah. We'll just.
You can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, we're just gonna connect you to the meeting room.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's great.
Is it working now?
It's working.
Yes,
Perfect.
we can hear you now.
Yep.
It's on the meeting room, right?
Yeah,
You can hear from the meeting room.
it's perfect.
That's good. The
Yeah.
in the
So Ajith, yep. So the issue's been resolved. So what I would suggest you do is just to email your comment because we're done with measurement. So just email your comment to Dave and Tashreeq because we're moving on to item 4 after lunch.
all right, okay.
If that's
Okay, you
okay?
can hear. Yeah, you can hear now, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So
perfect.
meeting at the meeting room also you can hear, right?
Yes. Yes. So
That's good. Okay.
So next time you raise your hand, no problem. We won't have any issues.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so go have your
All right.
break. And we
Okay.
will, it's 37 after the hour, so we're just about I guess it's 50 minutes then.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you so
All
much,
right.
Ada. We'll talk to you soon. Okay, bye.
Okay. See you later. Thanks.
Okay, so if we can reconvene. So before we start the discussion on surplus capacity, we've got an even more important operational decision to take, which is that, as you may have seen, there's an optional lunch for members and technical advisors and staff after we finish on Friday. And Leah needs to know who would like to attend that. That is very critical so that she can actually book sufficient capacity. So what we're going to do is literally, we need to take a show of hands here in terms of who thinks, and this is entirely optional. It's not formal, just, a nice social occasion. And we're hoping that the weather will be better by Friday. So if you'd like to attend amongst members, technical advisors and staff, if you would mind raising your hands now so that Leah can actually do a count of Okay. Good. I always like to attend to the important things in terms of life. Good. Okay. So with that, we move back to the discussion I advertised when I was getting carried away with myself. But you've now had a lunch break, so refueled, recaffeinated. Time to move on to surplus capacity. So Tashreeq, if you want to just introduce, and then we'll open up.
Thanks, Chair. So with regards to agenda item 3.2.5, the objective of this paper was very much to bridge the gap between the guidance in the ED and the practical considerations of the treatment of surplus capacity. So in the paper, you would have seen that staff interpreted spare capacity based on the guidance in ED 77, that it's essentially split into two criteria. So criteria A is that part of the non-financial asset is unused, and criteria B is that there are no specific constraints that prevents the use of the unused part of the financial asset. Now, based on staff's analysis of what happens in practice, if the entity and the valuation specialist discuss and agree that spare capacity is deemed to exist, then the spare capacity could impact the valuation if the spare capacity would be replaced for operational reasons. So this is what we've considered to be surplus capacity in the paper. In the event that the entity and valuation specialist determine that spare capacity would be replaced, then the value of the spare capacity would be measured and it would be included in the COV measurement. In the event that the spare capacity would not be replaced and is thus surplus to the operational requirements of the entity, this would not be included in the COV measurement, but it would be valued separately using another appropriate measurement technique. I'll pause there for comment. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Tashreeq. So I think in terms of structuring the discussion, really, we're around the diagram in Appendix A on page 3 of 3.2.5, and open up for comments from members on the approach that's outlined there. Yeah, so Murray, I think you were first, and then Mike.
Yes, thank you so much. And I am in confusion about the definition and the purpose of the surplus capacity and space capacity, and maybe the surplus capacity in the diagram Appendix A, the bottom of the chart diagram is exclude the surplus capacity of the asset from the current operational value measurement, and I'm at a loss to consider about it compared with the impairment. And so in Japan, and we have so many disasters, and so we construct the facility to provide the food for the school children, and at the same time, the building is for the multiple purpose to serve as a refugee, and so in case of surplus capacity is not be considered, and so maybe the examples of the embassy construction and the unused and surplus to the operational requirements of the entity. However, there is security deterrent, and so it's not regarded as the surplus capacity, and how to recognize and measure the asset. I'm in the confusion, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Maureen. I think that point about dual purposes is actually something that we should reflect on, because I think that that will happen in a number of cases where you need something that's not only used for a particular purpose, but also for an evacuation centre or temporary rehousing or whatever, and it is held for that reason. I'll go to Mike next, and then perhaps back to staff just to reflect on the comments we've had from members. So Mike, to you.
So thank you, Chair. First of all, I appreciate very much that the board provides guidance for spare capacity, as it is something which is very often observed even for small and larger public sector entities. And I'm also aware of Section C of the implementation guidance. But however, I strongly would advise not to use the wording, the entity and the valuation specialist, because it could be misunderstood a way that that the IPSAS board forces to, let's say, engage external know-how. And I think that is something which endangers the acceptance of IPSAS standards. And that is not only for that agenda paper, it's also for that Section C of the implementation guidance. And also it is not, let's say, consistent to other standards. For example, if you look in the private sector, in the IFRS world, we have there also complex evaluation issues. Think about IFRS 3, purchase price allocation, and there one, the IRSB would, I think, never ever mention entity and evaluation specialist. So my advice would be in that document here, and even in the standard, in the implementation guidance, just refer to the entity. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I think what I'll do is there's a couple of other flags up, and take Renee and then Camira, and then go back to staff for comments on the points that members have raised.
Thank you, Chair. I really like visuals like this to help us clarify what we mean. I think that if I understand it correctly, we're in a presence of spare capacity, and the question is whether that spare capacity is declared surplus or not. So the diagram uses spare. I think what we mean at the second level, we start in a green box with spare capacity, then the yes and no means whether we're in the presence of surplus capacity, and as opposed to spare. So maybe that will help with some of the confusion. And the question in the second green box to me is more about is there an alternative use to the surplus capacity? So if I follow the narrative, it seems like the question would be more productive here. Is there an alternative use? Yes, there's an alternative use, or no, there's no alternative use. So if we want to use that diagram for future reference, that's how I understood it. But then it's not how it's currently written. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. And some of those points may well go to some of the points that Mari was picking up in terms of confusion. Camira, next, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think the surplus capacity should be disclosed somewhere, or if it's not considered as part of the measurement, it should be disclosed for decision-making purposes. I know at the level entity, if we think about the users, for them it's irrelevant to know if there is because they know the situation. But if it's about an entity that needs to be accountable to another entity, let's say a school should be accountable to a Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education might see, look, this school is not using efficiently the resources, let's reallocate it, or and that is something that occurs in the public sector often. So there are decisions made at the central government level where they transfer assets from one to another entity, or they ask, okay, let's move the office of this entity to this other entity in order to avoid this surplus capacity. So if we are going to omit this information from the financial information, at least it should be disclosed for transparency. Thanks.
Thanks, Camilla. So I'll take comment from Todd, and then we'll go back to staff in terms of the responding to the initial round of comments from members.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I think in my mind, surplus capacity is capacity that you would never ever need to use. And I know this has sort of been set up, and it probably goes to Renee's point around you might only be using, you know, say a school for 300 students right now. Even though it's been built to cope with 600. So there's 300 spare capacity, but the surplus capacity, in my mind, depends on if you were forced into a situation where you had to replace it, what capacity would you build it for? You might build it for 500 because in terms of looking at demographics, etc., 500 would make sense. So the surplus capacity would just be 100 in that particular situation. And I think we do need, and it's important that we focus on the 100 as the surplus capacity and deal with that. So I think, broadly speaking, the flowchart on page 3 of this particular agenda item gets you there, but we just need to make sure that we're focused on that is the true surplus capacity. One other comment that I did want to make is I think we need to be very clear when we're talking surplus capacity, how that interacts with economic obsolescence as well, because we have that concept sitting in the literature as well at present, and I'm not sure that we're clear about whether those are different or whether they're essentially the same, and I think there'll be a little bit of thinking to go into that. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. So I think back to staff and task force. I don't know, David, do you want to go first, and then Tashreeq and Dave as necessary?
Okay, thank you very much. The work that we did on this one was in response to a request from the last board meeting. And so we looked at, well, what is surplus capacity? Well, if you sort of think about it quite simply, it's surplus to my requirements, which is why we came up with the idea, well, I've got spare capacity, but is that spare capacity surplus to my requirements? Now, if you take the embassy example where you've got the standoff land, it looks, and we had the problem in the UK 20 odd years ago, it looked to the value as if that was surplus capacity, but it isn't, because you need it for security standoff. So it might look spare capacity, but it's not surplus to my requirement. So that's the way we looked at it. So then we spoke to the valuers, and that's why you've got the examples in the appendix to the paper. Well, what do you do in determining the value of whatever looks to be spare or surplus? And they would treat it in different ways. And going back to conversations that were held before lunch, it isn't ignored, but the way the valuers approach the valuation will be different. So if it's spare, not surplus, but if it looks spare, then they will take one approach, which I think probably is the economically obsolescent. So the value would come down because it's just being unused in economic terms. But if it was possible for you to use it, then they would put a different value on it, and it would probably be a fair value if you could rent it out. So that's the way the valuers would work. So you would get a value, and then sort of picking up on Todd's point, of course, in discussion with the value between the valuers and the accountants would be if the new surplus, if you've got that distinction between 300, 500 and 600, and you've got that 100 because the 200 was spare, but you needed it because you foresaw the demographic changes, then you're right that they'd only look at the 100 as surplus. So again, you get the difference in the way they valued it. So I don't know if that helps or whether it just muddies it even further.
One thing may be that it's actually helpful if we use a slightly different term other than spare, because I think that might be the fact you got two words beginning with S that seem to be somewhat interchangeable, might be something that was actually causing confusion. You know, in terms of, is this the usual problem that we have? Is this just English using two different terms for the same thing, or do we actually mean something different? And that might be that actually, if we move to talking about it as unused versus surplus, that, you know, I mean, there's problems with any term, but I think that might be something that actually is causing some of the confusion, as well as I think the point that Mari was also making was that, you know, in that unused, it may be that actually that's necessary as a buffer against disasters or something like that. So I think there's something in there about that. But anyway, I might take another round of comments at this stage, just to see where members are at based on explanations so far. So probably I'll just go round actually and take Lynn first, then Lindy, Todd, Liang and Claudia.
Thanks, Ian. So I guess what I'm keen for us to do is to debate and confirm principles here before we work out the terminology. And to me, the paper is suggesting that the principle we agreed this morning around, or previously around, existing asset is going to be changed if you have surplus capacity. That's what the paper is being put forward. And then the paper is also then putting forward, if I've got surplus capacity with an alternative use, that bit gets valued at fair value. Then I raise a question in my own mind, well, is that a separate asset then? Because we've got, so am I now breaking my unit of account into two assets? My asset that I would replace and this surplus capacity, is that a separate asset? So I think we need to debate that point as well. But if there is no alternative use, I attach 0 to it, and my replacement cost as a consequence would be lower than if I replaced my existing asset as it currently has the service potential. So therefore that drives where I've got surplus capacity with no alternative use. The result that this paper says is that I have a lower charge of my cost of service. If we agree that that is the right thing to do, then I would fully support what Camira then said around disclosure, because we are driving a lower cost of service by having a lower asset value when I've got a large asset and I'm not using all of it and I don't intend to use all of it and there's no alternative purpose for that. And so I think that actually, what decisions do I want to drive? I would want, in economic terms, I would want to drive that entity to think about, should I replace it with a smaller asset? But at the moment, we are assuming you will replace with a smaller asset and driving a lower cost of service as a consequence of that. So I think we need to just be really clear. If that is what we are doing, and if that is what we agree, in my view, that should be disclosed. And if we are saying there's an alternative use and fair value, I think we should debate, is that a separate asset? Does it meet the asset recognition criteria?
So just to clarify that, Lynn, in terms of, because I think this is a really important point. So you're saying, you know, there is this issue, which is actually, have I got something truly surplus? In which case, should I actually include a value in that? And how does that sit with what we agreed this morning? And then there's a secondary case, which is actually, I've got an asset which I'm using at below full capacity. And should I actually value that, you know, the capacity rather than the, you know, so the 300 pupils rather than the 500 pupils, because you're saying that's something I'm accountable for. Is that right?
Yeah, in essence, I think there's two things. I think we firstly need to debate. This morning we said the existing asset. If we're saying there's no alternative use for your surplus capacity, we're now saying it's not the existing asset, it's a smaller asset that I would replace, aren't we? That's what,
well, I think that was why I was trying to clarify,
yeah,
because I think
what this is saying to me in this diagram, because it says if we don't intend to replace the surplus capacity, we exclude the surplus capacity from the current operational value. Now, if there's no alternative use for that surplus capacity, that will drive a lower current operational value than if we did replace the existing asset with the existing capacity. And I'm, questioning.
yeah, so that's why
So
that's helpful, so that you've clarified in that way. Those are the questions for you. So what I want to do is just take the comments from other members, and then we'll go back on that. So then if I can go to Lindy next, and then Todd, Liang, Claudia, and then back to Adrian.
Thank you. Maybe working on this diagram and going from right to left. I do think if something is surplus, so you don't need it, and it's addition to, I wanted to say, establishment surplus to your requirements. I think you do need to think about, well, can I then still apply the recognition and measurement criteria? Because do I have a different kind of asset? Maybe it's something at fair value. So I don't think you just stop there. I think one needs to have another test before you actually don't have a figure in the financial statements. And I agree then that it's probably a disclosure, because it does touch on your asset performance information, but there probably should be some disclosure on that in the notes to the financial statements. Then moving to the spare capacity, and it was an interesting point then around the school and a disaster center. I don't think what we want is for the values to go up and down. So I think you do need to think about, okay, well, it is a school, but there would be spare capacity, which I would want because of strategic reasons. It would then be included in the value, whether or not that is a separate unit of account. I guess that's what we need to discuss. But I suppose it does make sense then to say, okay, the spare capacity, which I want intentionally because, maybe there are, we don't know what the school numbers will be. I need it for a disaster or something, that is then included in the value, and maybe with additional disclosure on that. But again, I don't think you want, now it's a school, so I value, and then, okay, but now it's a disaster I'm using for something else, and the valuation goes up and down. So I think that's what we're also trying to avoid by having that spare capacity for strategic reasons built into the valuation. I agree.
Thanks, Lindy. So I'll go to Todd next.
Thanks, Ian. I support what both Lynn and Lindy have said. I think when it comes to the unused or spare capacity that we've been talking about, I think that is just included in the COV valuation along with the capacity that you're using. So in the case of the example that I was using, you would value based on a 500 student school, because that's what you would replace. So I think that's an important point to get across. I might have misunderstood, but I heard something in there about they might put a different value on that difference between 3 and 500, but I wouldn't. I would basically say you're valuing it for the 500 students. So there's no obsolescence or anything in there. It's just part of the value. I still think we've got a question to ask around whether there's obsolescence in respect of the difference between the 5 and the 6 and how we deal with that. But I just wanted to make the point to support what has been said, and I think there are some things that we do need to think through here and be clear about around surplus capacity.
So I just want to get clarity from staff, David, as task force chair. In terms of what's proposed at the moment and using those numbers that were put forward, in the situation that you have, surplus capacity first off, before you get to your 500, and then there's a difference between what you're actually using of 300 and what you could use, which is 500, and that that 500 is not surplus, it's needed. What are we actually proposing here? To Todd's point, are you proposing that it's valuing the 500 or the 300? Discuss. I think that's what we need clarity on here, is exactly what's proposed. Dave, do you want to kick us off?
So in Todd's example, you would have spare capacity of 300 because you would replace a school for 500. That would be your asset, and you'd value that as 1 unit of account. And you'd have surplus capacity of 100, and that would be excluded from the valuation of the asset. So it has no value.
It depends on whether it can be separated out and used in a different capacity, and then you might put a fair value on it.
Well, I think that's the key, because actually following through from what I've heard anyway is, and I think maybe this goes to Lynn's point, that almost actually the first question that you ask is actually, have I got surplus capacity, in the sense of actually, is there, capacity of some description that I could exploit commercially, separate from providing the service, because then that starts off as the first question. That's a separate valuation exercise then from what I'm actually using to provide the service. And then I think then that's where you get into current operational value. And I think that's a question of how we got a common understanding around that. I identify and separately value what is truly surplus that I can access in terms of evaluation, because that surplus would be at fair value. And then I've got my asset that I'm actually using current operational value on. So can I just have responses from task force and staff? Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, yes. Although I think from my experience, the first question that needs to be clarified is whether that, as you called it, the unused capacity is spare. Because if the client and the valuer don't get that right, then you're in trouble. When that happened in the UK. So in theory, you're right, Ian, that the first question is, have I got spare capacity that I can access? But there's that fundamental public sector issue where the accountants and the valuers need just to make sure that they're on the same page as to whether that what looks like spare capacity is in fact surplus.
Well, I think that's where it comes back to the point you made earlier on today, that it isn't just an accountant's decision, it's actually an operational decision for the organisation, which is actually, have we got surplus capacity that could be actually exploited without jeopardising the service potential that's provided. So is it truly surplus? And that is almost the primary, if you've got something that prima facie is being held for operational reasons rather than, for financial capacity, is there surplus capacity that could be exploited? Because then that's actually a separate unit of account that would be fair valued, and then you're into a current operational value. So I just want before I take the other member comments, I just want to check, is that a reasonable summary of what we think we're doing here and the sort of thought process that we're going through? Because I think then that deals with the point that Lynn was perhaps making about, is there a conflict then with what we've agreed on current operational value? Because what I'm suggesting is that we strip out what is truly surplus before you could apply current operational value. Lynn.
So I guess that is one approach. It's not the approach that's put in the papers.
No, set aside what's in the paper. I'm trying to actually just clarify a thought process here.
So if we're saying the first thing we do before I decide what asset I apply current operational value to is to say, look at my asset, I've got surplus capacity that I should exploit. I separately identify that in a unit of account and fair value it. I think we would need to satisfy ourselves that met the asset recognition criteria. So that's why I was just hesitant and scratching my own head about that, because I think we would genuinely need to test that. First observation. I guess my second observation is perhaps a more sit back general one. So if I've got a portfolio of 500 assets, I've got to go through asset by asset and ask that question, and then have pockets of fair value calculated here and there. And then if I can't exploit that capacity, it's okay, because it doesn't go in your current operating value. And I know we need to come back to that point. I just do question whether or not we should just keep it simple and say the asset you've got, even if it's got surplus capacity, just value it at current operational value. Could be a simpler way of squaring this off.
Well, I think there's a kind of theory versus pragmatism there, isn't there? And actually, to your point, Lynn, I think that probably then is what I think we're trying to incentivize is good estate management, and probably that, if you did that exercise, actually the place you would go to is actually talk to your estates managers and say, because they would know, actually I've got, and there is a materiality argument here, but they would know that, I've got this very big site that I know I should really be trying to actually get rid of it. And I may be able to do that now, or I may not. And I think that would be where you would go before you actually instructed valuers. So I think there's a theory and there's a pragmatism here, and that's some of what we would need to put into the guidance. So Lynn, back on that.
Yeah, I'm conscious others want to come in as well. I guess the observation that I have, if we're trying to incentivize effective estate management, is if we've got surplus capacity that has no alternative use, but that is the asset we've got at the moment. The papers are saying I don't value part of that asset. I put a nil value on that, and I question if that is incentivizing effective estate management.
I agree with you, and I think that's the second question, but I'd like to get through the surplus capacity question first. Is there anybody that would disagree with that sort of approach? Liang, you want to come in on that? Yeah.
I can understand the rationale to have a mixed model, part of the asset to measure it at fair value, because it has alternative use, and the part for is it used to use the COV. But I expect in practice, I think maybe they are quite a lot implementation issues, because for example, this is a school, and maybe the two parts, they share quite a lot common costs or facilities. So I expect that it is very difficult to separate them in practice.
I mean, I think you're right. There's a kind of theory practice thing that needs to be applied here. The question is actually, in theory, have we got the approach right? And then there actually is a practicality issue that needs to come into this, which is exactly along the lines that you've articulated, because and I think that's then starting to get into the second question. So we're broadly happy that that first question is, have I got surplus capacity which I could realistically exploit? And I think there is a materiality issue on that and all of that kind of side of things. I'm just trying to get the thought process right. Now, if once you've actually gone through that step, then you're into, okay, I've got current operational value that I'm trying to apply. And then Lynn's second question comes into play, which is, in Todd's example, the difference between the 300 I'm actually using and the 500 I could potentially use. How would I address that? And am I valuing the 500 or am I valuing the 300? Patricia.
Thank you. I try to understand the proposal and the articulation with impairment, because I think the decision is, I recognize as a cost or I recognize as an impairment. It's necessary. In my view, it's necessary to link with the discussion about the impairment.
I think we need to be careful. We need to go back to what we agreed this morning. I think we need to articulate that. And then there is a question as to whether separately the asset is actually impaired, but we need to get to evaluation and then assess. And some of, I mean, you're right. The question is, where do we start on this? Because we've got to actually get a thought process that actually works, that the valuers can operationalize for financial reporting purposes, and then we can operate, we can implement for financial, so what I'm seeking here is what's the rationale for the process we're trying to apply. So if we're on that 500, then I think what Patricia is saying in her view is that there's an impairment here between the 500 and the 300. I think Lynn is saying that she would want to value the 500 because that's actually the current asset. And it's that capacity which I have available to provide services. If I'm not, then actually it's costing me more to provide those services than it needs to, and there should be an incentive in there. So I think that's if you like, that's the kind of probably the two alternatives that we're actually looking at now. Clearly, in Lynn's example, then even valuing the 500, then you'd actually have to think about impairments and so on. But I think we're actually looking at what's the valuation approach that we're taking here, if I'm right. But those are the two choices. Can I have just other thoughts on that at the moment? I don't know. Adrienne and Lindy.
To get it back. I'm a bit confused because I think we have all the tools we need in the toolbox. We have all the asset recognition principles. We have all the measurement principles for operational assets. And we just need to understand and make use of the terms we use in consideration of their meaning. That is, when we say a part of the asset is unused, there is no contradiction with the asset in the effective use principle. If it is unused, it is not in use, of course. And when we talk about those unused parts of the assets, we talk of the excess capacity of the asset to meet and support the service delivery objectives. Going back to the hospital we had this morning, or the school, could be the same. It could be a managerial or a supervising decision that there is a need to spare a part of the premises for private practitioners, okay? It could be a public policy, but it also could not be a public policy. Then we have to understand why there is an so-called excess capacity. If it is included in a public policy that in public hospitals, government wants the managers to have a separate wing for private practitioners, then it's an operational capacity. But the asset, the part of it has an operational capacity because it is used to meet the public policy. If it's just a management decision that they have excess capacity, given the government's directives or supervisory directives, then it is not it is an excess capacity. It's actually an excess capacity. And then we have a surplus or whatever you want to call it capacity. Then comes the issue of measuring. Now, it depends also what you can do with this part of the asset. If you can put it on the market, put it to the market separately, and then measure it at fair value, then okay, it's fine. If you can't put it separately to the market, what are you going to do? You will have a zero fair value because you can't separate it from the main premises or main building, whatever. So I believe that if, for instance, going back to the example of the school, if you have a 200 excess capacity, but government says you should keep a 200 capacity for possible development of, I mean, I don't know what, the city around, I mean, urban, I mean, policy, etc., then it is from an entity-specific perspective, it is an objective, and you have to consider it as operational. If it's not, then again, if it's just the third floor, either you can rent it, maybe not, or you can't sell it. So this is something all the question we have to put an answer and I mean confront them to all the principles we already have in the toolbox about the beginning of my intervention. Asset recognition, measurement for operational value, etc.
Thanks, Adrian. I think that's very helpful. And actually, as so often, one of the things I've noted down from your intervention is that excess term, which I think might well be helpful to us rather than spare. And I think, you know, actually it is that point about what do you have to hold, you know, what can you commercially exploit because then you fair value it, and then what else do you actually value? And I think what you were aiming for then is actually that 500 is what you have to actually value. There is then a question about, which perhaps goes to the point that I think both Camilla and Lynn were raising, which is actually if, you know, in the immediate future, you're only using 300, then should you actually be disclosing that additional unused capacity? And that might be a policy issue or whatever, but maybe we should actually think about that as you know, as an issue in the context of other discussions that we've already had. Linda, you wanted to come in on that.
Thank you very much. I actually don't think we should change the decision tree as set out in the paper, because I think it's quite useful for you to identify what I am valuing rather than not what I'm not. So I think it is useful. I think the first no the first no is important because that you can't exploit. So I think that's an important question. I think it's only when you get to the end and you have the second no where you have the surplus capacity, I think there should be a separate question. Well, if it's significant, if it's separable and I can exploit it, then I need to think about it or possibly do something more instead of just saying no. So I think this works. I think it's just the last part where you have surplus capacity. I do think you need to think about if it can be used or exploited for alternative use and whether or not then it is something at either at fair value or current operational value.
Thanks, Cindy. Perhaps we'll go to Camilla and Todd, and then I want to go back to the Secretariat stage.
Thanks, Chair. To answer your question, personally, I would consider the surplus capacity in the current operational value. So it's 500, it's 500. However, I also acknowledge that we might be deviating a bit from the principles of existing use and entity specific, but I think that this decision in this case would be useful also for the application. In the case, for instance, one entity transfer the asset to another entity, at least the other entity could take the carrying amount as the initial in the initial recognition. And so otherwise the other entity will need to do again the whole process and measure, now I'm using it in 400. So now I need, so should focus more on the characteristics of the assets rather than how the entity is using it at that point in time. Thanks.
Thanks, Camilla. Todd, to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in on the discussion we were having around the school and the 300, 500, 600. And I think where I land is you're valuing the 500. The fact that you've only got 300 students here today, I don't think you need disclosures around that fact, because if you look at school roles, depending on the demographics and that, they just go up and down all of the time, and you'd be disclosing information that I don't think is particularly relevant from a user perspective. The key thing is that and this is a responsibility on the entity to say, we would replace this school with a 500 student school. And they will hopefully have information that can demonstrate why they would do that. You know, there might be demographics going out into the future that suggest that that's what you would do. And so you value it based on the 500. Don't need disclosures for the fact that there's 300 today. The issue then does turn to the surplus capacity. And I think the comments that have already been made are very relevant there in terms of whether you can separate and fair value it, etc. Or is it something that we're going to put a zero value on because you can't do that? And there is still a bit of a debate around that probably.
Okay, just go back to staff for a minute and then I'll take further comments from members. David?
Thank you very much. I mean, it's been useful discussion because, of course, this paper is based on actually what the valuers do now. And going back to the points that were raised earlier today, this is about what we want in an IPSAS for public sector financial reporting. So, you know, issues that have arisen here, we can reflect then in the IG that, you know, these are the sorts of information or considerations you need to have when you're discussing with the valuer. So it has been useful. So I think just gives us a bit more work. So, thank you.
So, I mean, I think probably where we get to is there is this question about, do you have surplus capacity that could be exploited? And all of, you know, to Lynn's point, but also to Adrian's point, we have all the techniques which actually say, would you be able to exploit that? And I think, you know, we went through all these questions in IPSAS 44, actually, you know, and if you can, and you can access that, you could in theory access that value, then it would meet, you know, then you would fair value that. Then to Todd's point, so that in his example, going back to that again, that would be the difference between the 600 and the 500. The 500 then, and this is the proposal, I think, counter to what's in the current paper based on valuation practice, is that you would value that 500 on current operational value, a current operational value approach in line with what we've agreed this morning. So I think that's, if you like, if that's where I think the board has got to, clearly that has implications then in terms of how you would mandate the approach to be taken on the, you know, by the surveyors. And then there are also the practical constraints, which Lynn's already alluded to. But I just want to check if that's where we've got to in the debate, we're happy with that, that we instruct staff and the task force to go back and think that through, because I think that then does change, you know, the decision tree a bit. And probably what I'll do now is go around the table. So I'll go to Lucy first, then Lynn, then Patricia.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I just want to make the the principle is simple because we have already discussed about existing asset that we consider in COV, where the asset is presently available. So the school building is there and it was intended for 500 students, but the actual usage was 300. So in the meantime, it's 300, but there could be some alternative use for it. So it's really more, I think it's really more on asset management issue rather than valuation, because if that school will then be used for 400 students, so are we going to adjust now the valuation because there is an increase of 100 from the 300? So maybe we can just consider that existing asset, and of course the existing use that we have already discussed about, because, or I would also say that if there is an excess capacity, then that can be that may be an audit issue, that can be raised by the auditor, that this asset has not been the use of this asset has not been maximized. So there could be action of management or policy decision that would make it usable in the future. So for evaluation purposes, I would just like to consider that there is an existing asset, and we have also discussed about entry price. So let those be the basis or the factors to consider in valuing an asset, rather than taking the present use or excess capacity of that particular asset. Because in public sector, when we acquire asset, there is an assumption of regularity that you will acquire this asset because there is an intended use for it. But there could be some factor which the intended use may not be maximized or may not happen. So are we saying, for instance, if a particular building becomes a white elephant, how can that, how the whole building is a white elephant, it was not used. So how can that be reflected in the financial statements? So are we saying that this should be excluded from the asset because it is fully excess capacity or spare capacity? So, and it's being expended. So but the asset is there, and there can be as a matter of accountability purposes in management or asset management, then maybe the agency would think of other ways of making that profit useful or making it profitable. In some, like what Marie had said, that is usual in our country, where school buildings are used for as evacuation center. During COVID, they were used as rehab center. So there, the government would look for ways on how to make these assets useful as needed by the circumstances. So, and I think it would be more on asset management than financial reporting, and that can be part of non-financial information that may be indicated in the financial statements.
Thanks, Lucy. So I think, what comes out of all of this is we have to be really careful not to over-engineer this. And I think that's why, in terms of thinking about this, if we say the process is basically that we go through, is it truly surplus at the moment? Can you exploit it essentially for its financial capacity at the moment? Then you would do fair value. Then what you have is your existing asset, which would be valued according to current operational value approach, based on the approach we've already talked about today. And then I think there is a question, which is back to the point that Patricia made, which is actually if you know, it's a school that's actually available for 500 people. I can't separately exploit it, but I know that for the foreseeable future, I'm only going to have the capacity to use it for 300. Actually, is there some form of impairment? And then I would look at the impairment indicators. But I think we need that clear, what's the way through this? What are we valuing? And I think that would be entirely consistent with the point that Todd's made, that you have to value that current operational value. Now, you know, in the point that you've made, actually, it might not be, you know, impaired because you actually need to use it for something else. But that's a matter of detail. And I think that's what we have to be really, really, really careful, is not to put too much into the standard. We need to be clear about what the interaction between our standard is and what the surveyors will do. And what David's articulated is the flowchart is based on current practice, and we need it to work in a different way based on the thinking that we've articulated. It needs to be around we want that 500 valued. So that's what we need to get specified, I think, which is different to what we've got at the moment based in the flowchart. So what I'm looking for is anybody who disagrees with that as an approach. Now, we have a subsidiary question around, do you force people to disclose it or do you not? I think the proposal at the moment is don't force people to disclose it, which I think was Todd's you know, proposal. Nothing to stop them doing that if they have an impairment or anything like that, but otherwise we should not go into rules on this. So I've now got Lynn waiting, and then Scott. Lynn, to you first.
Well, just on that last point, if we're valuing the 500 in this instance, then I support not disclosing. I think if you were valuing the 300, I would argue for disclosure. I was only going to make a small observation. I think where we've ended up with the valuing the 500, i.e. my existing asset, then actually that's consistent with where we were at on existing location, wasn't it? That we wouldn't take into account a future intention to push something to the outskirts of a city because it's cheaper. We said we didn't want to look at those forward future intentions. We wanted to look at the existing location. And I think where we've now got to on existing asset is consistent with that, and we can explain it in a very consistent way.
Thanks, then. Scott.
Yeah, maybe it's a clarification question. I never would have thought that when you use the school for a flood temporarily that you would ever change, that you would go in. So there may be a principle we want to establish that this is not going to vary. But Todd, you said going up and down. I don't envision that happening that way. But there are a lot of examples you have on the table with that example. So that got me thinking about, I wouldn't change evaluation because the disaster took place and I'm now housing people in the school for a temporary basis. But I think we ought to put a principle that the time frame to look at on that.
Thanks, Scott. And I think that's where there's a difference here between the approach you would take to valuation and whether then there is some other factor that you identify which would actually cause you to impair that value, but the principle is that you're valuing on the basis of the 500. Renee.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to validate that the implications of the decision that we are making now, which I'm comfortable with, is that we will be removing that third scenario where if there is no alternative use, we don't value it. So here we will value the full 500, irrespective of whether we feel for policy decision, we wanted 5, or we're stuck with 500 and we can't do anything with it. We're still going to value it because this is the cost that we want to carry of providing service for 3. So I think the implication is that that third last scenario is going to be eliminated from our logic. And I wanted to test that.
Could we, I mean, I think, can we leave that question with the task force? Just that I think the instruction is to review the flow chart so that it's consistent with where the board has got to in its decision and what that means, and then identify where that means that it's going to mean specifying a different valuation assumption to one that might be used at the moment? I think you're probably right, Renee, but I just think we just need to allow the task force just to work that through and then bring that back. And I think it's bringing back the flow chart and just explaining how that's consistent with where the board's got to. Hervé, Adrienne, and then I think we need to break and we need to move on to some discussion on
It's just a very small comment on white elephants or green horses or blue cows. When we have a white elephant, it's a well-known case. I mean, either we can and are willing to dispose of it, and that is a fair value, could be including a loss on the accumulation of I mean, costs and expenditure, or we can't, and then we have to depreciate it, and it's a full loss. But we have all the, I mean, the tools to deal with white elephants.
Thanks, Hervé, Adrienne. That's a good point to finish on, I think. Okay, thanks, everyone. I think that was, you know, I mean, I think that was a necessary discussion. And again, I think we've zeroed in on the point here. And I think, you know, consistency with the current operational value principles that we've debated through today. And it's about making sure this all actually ties together now. So with that, thank you very much to the measurement task force and staff for the work they put in. I think that really helps us having the debate we needed to have today. Now we'll move on to, for the remainder of today, on to the discussion on item 4 on conceptual framework. So just let John come to the table for that. Lydney.
Can we send the comments that we have on the decisions from the last meeting to staff? Because that's also part of this fact.
So, sorry, you drafting comments, is that the?
No, there's an agenda item that deals with.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Previous
Yeah, I'd suggest actually we pick that one up on Thursday, if that's okay. Renee.
So we will be looking at 3.2.6 on Thursday.
Yes. Yep. Okay, John, welcome to the table.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. This is the first of 2 fairly short agenda items on the Conceptual Framework Limited Scope Update project. And the first of these items, agenda item 4 in your papers, is primarily looking at the last 2 of the specific matters for comment on exposure draft 76 that we haven't yet considered. And they are the non-retention of replacement cost as a measurement basis for assets, and the revised approach to value in use, whereby instead of a definition of value in use, we have a more discursive approach in which we discuss value in use in more general terms. The standing items, as usual, indicate the project roadmap and the instructions and decisions, notably from the June meeting. And there are cross-references to item 4.3.1 in your agenda papers, and that is the revised draft chapter 7, measurement of assets and liabilities in financial statements. The first paper, agenda item 4.2.1, takes a similar approach to the papers on cost of release, assumption price, and cost of fulfillment that we considered at the June meeting. There's a background section that deals with some general material of how we actually got here. The approach in the ISB literature, noting that replacement cost is not defined in the ISB's literature, but that the cost approach is one of the three valuation techniques for the estimation of fair value. And we've discussed that in the previous session led by Tashreeq. We look at the relevance of replacement cost to public sector financial reporting, noting that at standards level, replacement cost has never actually been implemented in our standards level literature. However, depreciated replacement cost is a method of determining fair value where there is no active and open market for entities on the revaluation model in IPSAS 17. The views previously expressed by constituents, that's in paragraph 11, noting that the respondents to the measurement consultation paper asked IPSASB to differentiate clearly the cost approach as a measurement technique and any public sector specific measurement basis for assets held for operational capacity for service potential. And it notes that the board decided to proceed with the cost approach as a measurement technique and to develop current operational value rather than replacement cost going forward. The analysis of respondents agreeing, partially disagreeing, and disagreeing completely, that's given in paragraphs 12 onwards, noting that the majority of respondents supported the approach, but there were some well-argued responses which either partially disagreed or disagreed completely. Those partially disagreeing generally felt that there should be better explanations of the relationship between replacement cost and current operational value and the reasons why the IPSASB had decided not to retain replacement cost. And I think the basis for conclusions will be further developed as decisions on current operational value continue to be made and as we firm up on a definition of current operational value. Those disagreeing, generally, they felt that replacement cost was clearer than current operational value. They didn't think that current operational value was very well explained. Well, that's understandable given that it was full in a state of development. We had respondent 13 who pushed the idea strongly that fair value is appropriate for assets held for operational capacity and service potential in the public sector, but the board in June confirmed the decision that fair value, that current operational should be developed for those assets currently held for primarily for operational capacity. The way forward, summarizing the view of both board sponsor and staff, that fair value is inappropriate for assets primarily held for their operational capacity in the non-profit making public sector, and that retention of replacement cost would basically duplicate the new developing measurement basis, and its retention would be highly confusing because basically you would have two different measurement bases to deal with broadly the same circumstances. Therefore, the recommendation is that there is not a strong case for retention of replacement cost as defined in the 2014 framework. And the question to the board is whether or not you agree with that recommendation. Perhaps I could defer.
No, I think you've summarised well, John, and I think it's fairly clear in the paper. I mean, I think clearly we have done further work on current operational value. We're not totally there yet, but I think in suggesting that we consider this item today, the intention was that we've taken the other debates sufficiently far forward today that the board would be in a position to take a decision in principle on this item. So it's with that obviously we do need to see the clarification work that we've asked the task force to take today. But based on the debates we've had so far today, basically, does the board disagree? And I think I'd probably turn the question round. Does anybody disagree with the proposal that we delete replacement cost from the framework chapter? So open for comments. So I think that's fairly conclusive that we agree to removal. So move us on to value and use.
Thank you for that decision. The second paper is on value in use. This is agenda item 4.2.2, pages 16 to 24. And here again, we've adopted the same procedure, the same structure as I mentioned for replacement cost. Notes the definition in the 2014 conceptual framework, and that definition deals with both assets primarily held for their ability to generate economic benefits and also assets which are held for service delivery. Noting as well that at the standards level, value in use is defined differently in IPSAS 21 and IPSAS 26. And what this means is that if you look at the section on ISB literature and the relevance of value in use in the public sector financial reporting, there isn't any alignment in particular between IPSAS 21, which deals with non-cash generating assets, and IPSAS 26, which deals with cash generating assets, and the definitions both in the ISB's 2018 framework and also, for that matter, in IS 36. The analysis of respondents, again, the majority of respondents agreed. Most of them were quite happy with the argument in the basis of conclusions as to why we should not formally define value in use, but should adopt this more general discursive approach. Those who partially agreed generally felt that we needed to do a better job of explaining the difference between value in use and current operational value. Those who disagree felt that, firstly, there wasn't a clear public sector reason to depart from or to diverge from the ISB's approach. And notwithstanding what I've said, they weren't convinced by that argument. There was also a view that impairment is significant enough that value in use ought to be defined. I think this issue is really quite delicately balanced, but overall, both board sponsor and staff didn't think that the consultation on ED 76 has raised new issues. We don't think that value in use is likely to be used more broadly than for impairment, because we think that current operational value will be the go-to measurement basis for assets primarily held for their service potential. Okay. For that reason, we recommend that the board continue with the approach where value in use is referred to in the conceptual framework, but is not defined. So again, the question is whether or not the board agrees with the recommendation, retention of the approach in ED 76 and provision of a clear explanation in the basis for conclusions of how value in use differs from the current value measurement basis for assets primarily held for operational capacity and service potential, whether that be current operational value as appears to be the case or something else. B is clearly a developing area because until we get firm decisions on that measurement basis, we're not going to be able to have a fully coherent explanation in the basis. However, at the moment, we've indicated a couple of areas where we think that the measurement bases differ, notably that value in use includes disposal proceeds. Current operational value as an entry value doesn't. So again, the decision is whether or not you as the board agree with the recommendation on the screen.
Okay, thanks, John. And as you say, I think there's a number of competing factors here. You know, and that's why it's a sort of more nuanced way forward that we proposed in ED 76 and was overall supported. I guess at this stage, what I'd like to do is just turn the question round again and ask if there's anybody that disagrees with the proposed way forward, which is retention of the approach in ED 76. Yeah, Claudia.
Don't agree with the suggestion that we would follow that the value in use is only described in the conceptual framework. That's fine. What I'm struggling is a little bit what we want to show is a basic of conclusion, because the value in use is in IPSAS 21 and 26 described as a present value. And then we should really explain what is a different current value measurement and what's the present value measurement in comparing. So, and I wasn't sure if I couldn't see it or couldn't find in the drafting what is the BC, what we expect to see. There would be some knowledge, and what I'm also didn't really understood, or I can't remember what the board has so far decided. We use value in use, not with the same description like in IFRS. Can we use the same term or not? Or why we can use the same term?
Well, I think the argument would be, going on what we've been told persistently by the CAG, that we should strive to use defined terms in the same way as the other global standard setter, i.e. the ISB. Now, because of the fact that we have to deal with assets primarily held for their service potential, it's clear that the definition in our framework is not the same as that in the ISB's framework. And therefore that militates towards this more discursive approach. It's one of the two main reasons. The other main reason being that we think that the applicability of value in use is going to be limited to impairment, and we can't envisage circumstances where it, other than impairment, where it would be used. You know, experience over the next 10 years may prove or disprove that, but at the moment, we, as I've said, we think its applicability is limited. So that's where we stand on that, Claudia, and we'll be explaining.
And I think you might have picked up on a terminology consistency point between the present, current, and I think that's one of the things that clearly we did pre-commit to a review of the impairment standard, and so therefore actually that would be, you know, something that we would need to pick up at that point. But then in the explanation, I think we would need to refer to that just so that people were clear that that was something that, you know, was a consequence of the existing literature rather than anything else. So Lindy, you were next, and then Renee, I think.
Thank you. And I think we can just describe it as the value expected to be derived from the continuing use and the disposal. I think you can leave out the first part around, because I think that's what caused the problem for us, and just describe it as that. I don't know if we need B as yet, because I think they're really different. And I think the decisions we've made have actually made them further apart. So I'm not sure if we actually do need to agree to having this explanation in the BCs at this point. And maybe we just wait. That I think if we do have it, it's for a specific reason and purpose, and so is current operational value. And I don't think we should talk about why they're the same or why they're different. I think they just different.
So you're proposing a less is more approach, Lindy, and that probably is right. Okay, so to Renee. Okay, Todd.
Thanks, Ian, and I do agree with the recommendation. I think it's important that we deal with value in use in the conceptual framework, because it is a measurement base. It is used, albeit in very limited circumstances. But I did have the same point as Claudia as well, in terms of whether we're using it consistently with the definitions in the IASB framework. But maybe the fact that we are referring to it the way we are in the conceptual framework's okay. One question that I have sort of reflected on as a result of including value in use in this way in the framework, and it's a question to staff: are we using other measurement bases at standards level which aren't in our framework now? Because I think what we're doing here with value in use is helpful, because we are acknowledging that it is in our literature, albeit we're not defining it and doing the same as we are with fair value, etc. But I think, was it net selling price we've got in our literature or something? So I just wonder, are we being consistent by putting value in use in the conceptual framework in this way? And have we thought about others that potentially should be in the framework?
Well, of course, we've looked at cost of release, which does appear in our literature, albeit in a fairly, not very prominent way. Net selling price isn't in our literature, and net realizable value, which we actually concluded, contrary to what I'd suggested previously, is not really close to net selling price. Net realizable value is in the literature in inventories, but again, we think that that's probably a reflection of the age of that particular standard, or rather the standard from the ISB standard from which it's primarily drawn. So I think the thinking, and we have inserted a paragraph in the basis for conclusions on this, is that we are looking to discuss the most commonly used measurement bases. And we've had that, if you like, philosophical conflict between those who want a very broad framework, which would actually consider the measurement bases we've discussed and just now, and others, or whether we go for a more concise approach, looking at those measurement bases which are more generally used, and we've gone down that latter route. I think the case for including value in use in the framework is because impairment is a highly important mechanism in financial reporting. So it's this halfway house between disregarding value in use completely, which a small minority of respondents advocated, and actually fully defining it as we have in the 2014 framework. And for the reasons we've discussed, we've gone down that former approach of keeping it in the framework, but having the more general discussion. I mean, I hope that, does that answer you the question, Todd? Partially.
I mean, I think, you know, what we've done is that case on net selling price, net realizable value, was probably the only one that was really kind of causing problems. And, you know, given what we've exposed at this stage and given the general approach, actually, I don't think we should at this stage reopen it, given the fact we've consulted twice on this area. And, you know, we got support for what we've got in ED 77 as the commonly used measurement basis. So I think on that basis, if we can move forward with the approach proposed in ED 76, mindful of Lindy's point that actually we should stick with a high level statement rather than detailed explanation, but also picking up the point that Claudia made in terms of that will leave some inconsistencies of terminology language with the impairment standards, and we should be clear that this is you know, however we express it, that's something that you know, will be looked at in review of the impairment literature. I know there's a slight problem there in terms of not looking forward, but I think we should be clear that it was done on, if you like, the decision was on that basis. So I think with that, thanks, John, for those papers. I think that brings us to the end of formal board business for today. I think we've had some really useful discussions, actually. I think it really has moved us forward, and I think we've got right to the heart of the points. And I think particularly the fact that we now have a much clearer idea of the principles for current operational value. I think we've looked at made the preliminary decision on the income approach, and the fact that we've really got through surplus capacity. All of those are really, really helpful, and I think they're discussions that we couldn't have had without the input from constituents and also without the work of staff in the task force. So thanks for those that contributed to the papers. Thanks to the board for a very good debate and for bearing with us today on some quite conceptual material. With that, tomorrow we move on then to ED 78 and to the review of the final proposed changes on that, and hopefully to an approval in principle subject to, and we will also look at transfer expenses and revenue tomorrow. So thank you, everyone. I think there are various discussions. There's a task force meeting, I think I'm right in saying. So thank you, everyone, for your input today, and look forward to seeing you back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.